Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we take our seats, please? So, good morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice evening yesterday and a good night's sleep. And welcome back to the conference. Also, welcome back to our online audience. We hope that you have had some coffee in the morning and are ready for day two. Yesterday, we had some very insightful discussions about the latest developments in disaster prevention and response. And today, we will focus more on innovative solutions to address challenges faced by the disaster management community. And we hope you'll find the presentations and the discussions today interesting and engaging. And we thank you for joining us, everyone. Introducing the first presentations from Norway, we have two distinguished speakers joining us today. The first will be given by the Norwegian Water Resources and Energy Directorate, NVE, who will share their innovative map solutions. And the second presentation will be given by the company TyPoint, who will present some inventions and achievements in the use of drone technology and possibly also satellite technology. And after the presentations from Norway, we'll move on with the presentation from Poland, which includes a report on the use of geoinformation systems for crisis management. So I hope you will all look forward to these interesting presentations. And I will first give the floor to Mr. Lars Løkdal Slåke from the Norwegian Water Resources and Energy Directorate. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dag, and thank you for the invitation. So I'm Mr. Lars Løkdal Slåke. I work at the Norwegian Water Resource and Energy Directorate. And let's see if we can get a connection with this one. Perhaps, or doesn't it work? Oh, and our goal, we are trying to improve the ability of the society to handle the flood, avalanche, and landslide risk in a changing climate. So we get money for the government, and we try to make the best of it. We're also a governmental agency, and we are the authority on flood, avalanche, and landslides. For this presentation, I will start by introducing the directorate, how we work, what we do. And in the end, I will show an example of how we are trying to digitalize the planning process. And we talked about national insight or insight to action yesterday. I think this is an example of how we're trying to go from national insight and knowledge to local action. I will start with a story. This is a bus stop with a flood. For 10 years, I took the bus from this bus stop to school, and this is in 2016. You can see the police to the right and a fire truck. And this happened in summer 2016. And this is where I grew up. Do I have a pointer? I don't have a pointer, but you can see our shed on the lowest part of the picture with an orange roof. Pay attention to that shed, I will show it later. And you can see our car above the shed, the white car, and then you got our house to the left. So it's about 10 meters from the car to the house. And on this day, in 2016, we had guests for dinner, and we were having shrimps. And our guests, they were arriving, and it was one of these extremely rainy days. You know, when you go outside, and it's just like stepping into a shower, and you know, your underpants get wet from like running these 10 meters to get inside. This was one of those days. So we had the guests, they came inside, they were wet all over. We got them so close, they got changing, and we started eating the shrimps. And then I went over to the kitchen to dump the scales in the bin, and I looked out the kitchen window, and this is what I saw. Back in the picture, you can see our shed with an orange roof, and we had a river going into our house, which is now on the right side. We ran out. We tried to prepare as well as we could by building these small dikes. Now it's really on a low level compared to what it was in the beginning. You see my mother to the right. She is doing the barefoot thing. I don't know why. And then you see the other neighbors having a council on how to continue the situation. This is another dike. We had to protect the house on the left side. In a moment, you will see a manhole cover up in the right side of the picture. Let's see. There it is. You can see it on the right side. That manhole cover is just floating on a pillow of water when it was happening, because there was water also coming up from the pipes. One of the kinds of natural hazards NVE, the directorate, is handling. We also do rockfall. You can see a white part inside the house there. That's a bed. Snow avalanches. We handle landslides. Flooding. This is a flood in a small, steep watershed. A lot of erosion. This is a flood in a larger watershed. It looks a bit different. This is more like a slower flood, and it's also easier to post a warning for this kind of flood. And we have quicklay slides, which is a heritage from the Ice Age, and also more rockfall. This is in a local place called Mundheim. This rock fell down when I was about 14 years old. It also fell on another rock on the other side of the house, which was blown away. So the moment living here was really lucky. We were going to Bergen to watch a theater right afterwards. So all the kids in the bus was like leaning towards the window to watch what had happened. So how do we work? We have divided our tasks into 6 different tasks. We do mapping. We have to know where is the risk or where is the danger. We do land use planning, avoid building in hazardous areas. If we have already built in hazardous areas, we work with protection measures. We do warning for flooding, landslide, and avalanches. We work with emergency management. And of course, we evaluate, we research, we develop, and we communicate. About mapping, this is a susceptibility map, an example for snow avalanches. So all over Norway, we have done a GIS analysis to produce susceptibility maps, and they show where is it possible to have avalanche. They are not perfect. It's an algorithm done everywhere, so it will, some places the avalanche will go longer, some places the avalanche will go shorter. But it's a good tool, because if you want to build inside one of these zones, then you have to do another map in detail, and it will look like this. So here you see different areas of an avalanche and landslide map with different repeatability. How often will an avalanche happen in these different areas? We do the same for flooding. In this area, we will have a flood about every 200 a year, and the red outline on the outside is how big will the flood be in year 2100 after climate change. For land use planning, the municipalities do have the responsibility. We have some legal provisions. I will go into that in a moment. And us as a governmental agency, we support the municipalities in their work. We guide, and we also object plans if necessary, if landslides, avalanches, and so on is not taken into account in the right way. And I will hope to make the municipalities as self-sustained as possible, So we have a lot of guidelines. I will also come back to that. For land use planning and the legal provisions, we have different zones here. In the red zone, we expect an avalanche to happen once every 100 years. In this zone, we don't allow building of anything. We don't want people to stay in this zone. In the orange zone, an avalanche happens every once in 1,000 years. This is where we can place our garage, for example. And in the orange zone, an avalanche or landslide can happen once every 5,000 years. And this is where we can place our homes. Schools, hospitals, and so on should be safe even from the avalanche that happens once every 5,000 years. And of course, if this is not taken into account in the municipality plan, NVE, our directorate, can object the plan and tell the municipality to do it again. You have to take this into account. Some places were already built in hazardous zones. There we work with protection, so we get our money from the government. Every year we will prioritize how we spend our money. We support the municipalities. We can go in and make a safety measure ourselves, or we can support the municipality with financing, for example, for securing rivers. And typically, we will be financing 18% when they finance 20% locally. And when it's finished, it will be owned by the municipality. This is an example of securing a quick-release zone from river erosion. This is a picture from Odda, where we had a flooding. I think it was about 2017. We had 5 houses being taken by the river and a lot more being in danger of being taken. Typical example where the directorate went in and secured the area afterwards. Here is me and the kid inspecting the safety measure. And this is how it looks from the air afterwards. Another example, this is an avalanche zone. So this area down here is in risk of being taken by avalanche. This is how it looks. So you see the avalanche path, the houses at the bottom, and this is how it looks after we have built a safety measure. So it's always a decision being made between cost and how much we can reduce the hazard. We also make warnings for floods, landslides, and avalanches, different colors, but we're also looking into risk-based warnings. And we help the municipality and police in emergency situations. So this is the picture for Gjerdrum, which was mentioned yesterday. The quick-release slide where 10 people died in Norway in 2020. We are also building safety measures at this location at the moment. Okay. So I talked about mapping, land use planning, protection, monitoring, emergency management. I will come to especially communication in a little moment, but I will also say that we are challenged by climate change. So all these factors are affected by climate change. In Norway, we expect a temperature increase of about 4.5 degrees, annual precipitation increase in about 18%, more torrential rain, so more heavy rain more often, and bigger floods from rain more often, and so on. And of course, it's challenging for us as a directorate, but it's even more challenging for the municipalities. And it was done a research paper on what are the barriers of climate adaptation on the local and regional level in Norway. And what they found, in my translation, is that the report show a lacking political will for climate change adaptation in the municipalities. Resources are still a main barrier. Translation of knowledge from national to local level should be improved, and there is a need for local adaptation networks. And some of these statements are about money, of course, resources, but it's not easy for us as a director to do something with it. But when we look at it, what can we do to reduce these barriers? And my argument is that a lot of these barriers are about communication. So political will I think in a broad sense, it's a lot about communication, understanding what is climate change adaptation. We had some numbers here yesterday that we could perhaps get a payback of twice the invested amount, or up to 10 times the invested amount when you do measures. I thought that was climate change adaptation, but you have to correct me if I'm wrong. Resources are still a main barrier, and resources could be money, but it also could be available time in the municipality. It could be available knowledge in the municipality. I think we can reduce the time consumed in handling flood, landslides, and avalanches in the municipality, and also the knowledge required if we are good at communicating. I think that's one way of lowering these barriers. Translation of knowledge from national to local level should be improved. That's an obvious communication issue. And the need for local adaptation networks is also a communication issue. How can we learn from each other? So in my head, communication is a low-hanging fruit. And this was done by CICERO, Vestlandsforskning, and Nordlandsforskning. And climate adaptation is, of course, important. But we also have other factors which they have to take into account in the municipality. For example, biodiversity, urbanization, land use change, and so on. And we see, even though we are dealing with natural hazards there, climate change is not always the most important factor. This is an example of an avalanche, snow avalanche hazard zone. In the yellow area, we expect an avalanche every 5,000 years. In the brown area, every 1,000 years. And this, on the right side, it's a big slope with a forest on. If you cut down the forest, it looks like this. So the land use change is here more important than climate change. So we just have to remember that as well. And in the municipality, they have to try to have control and find good compromises between all of these. So in Norway, we have 356 municipalities. They are ranging from 200 to 700,000 inhabitants. And of course, if you have 7,000 inhabitants, you have a big administration. You have experts doing the tasks. If you have 200 inhabitants, the administration is very small, and the people who work in the municipality have to just try to make it stay afloat as good as they can. And the question is, how do we make it easier for the people in the small municipalities, and also the average size municipality, to do a good job regarding floods, landslides, and avalanches? Planning is dynamic, so climate change, guideline change, land use is changing, urbanization, they give new laws, they have to also try to stay updated, and so on. And even though it's landslides and avalanches and flooding is all I do, if you work in the municipality, it's only a small part of your planning job. So, what can we do to make it easier for the planner in the municipality to do a good job? We have some principles. We think it's important that the knowledge we deliver is relevant in local decision making. And that doesn't go into what kind of knowledge we deliver, but how we deliver it. In the same time, we think it must be delivered in a way that makes it easy to use, even with low prior knowledge. And lastly, it must be relatively fast to implement. It's not, if it takes a lot of time, then you have other tasks you should do, and perhaps you will do the other tasks first. So it's something about priority in the municipality. If it's easy to handle floods, landslides, and avalanches, it will also be done faster and it will be easier to do. So, this is some of the information we have. We have a lot of insight, but the question is it easy to use? So we have tons of maps and hundreds of pages of guidelines. Me myself, I've been working in municipality with floods, and I'm thinking that it's not especially easy. So we try to look at this and see, could we change this in any way? So what we did was that we tried to make a digital solution. The usual way, how did you work with this last time? You had the maps on one screen, maybe you have the PDFs on down, you were sitting alt-tabbing between the different PDFs, trying to find the page which was relevant for you. Maybe you printed it to have it on your bedstand. But it's a big job and it's complicated. So what we did was trying to divide this up in smaller pieces, smaller, what should I say, modules, and make a system where we combine both the map and the guidance. So what you see on the right side is a simplified guidance, perhaps enough to solve 70–80% of problems, and the really hard problems which remains are the one where we want to use our time to find the good solutions. So what we want the Norwegian municipalities to do is to zoom into their municipality where they have their problems. So this is Stryn, one of the most beautiful places on the western coast along the North Fjord. And here we have a lot of different issues. We have, for example, floods, avalanches, and so on. If you pick the flood category, you will see that in Stryn there is a danger of flood. This is the mapping from the government, but we also gather mappings from private consultants. So we try to gather all the maps of natural hazards in Norway in one place so that we can share this knowledge with everyone. We have examples where people have done the same mapping many times in the same area because the data wasn't shared. When the municipality finds out we have a flooding area in our municipality, they will get the guidance of what does it mean to you and what you have to do with it, and when are you finished with it. In the same way, we have, this is for erosion. We don't have a map of possible erosion, but we have a rule of thumb. So in this solution, you will be delivered the rule of thumb, and how do you take this into account in your, this is for a municipality master plan. And we can also do this for example, avalanche hazard. So we hope that this will make it easier for the municipality to solve their job. But what we are actually doing here is a manual overlay analysis. So we're going into, if we go into the GIS, what we do is we say, do something overlap with our planned area? And if so, then we have to do this. And if not, move on. So I also looked into, can we do this in an automatic way? So that you just can draw your planned area and then get a report which says, these are the problems in your area, this is how you solve it, move on. And of course, you want to get the things which is not a problem in your area. So when we are moving from this, with a lot of maps, hundreds of pages of guidelines, to this, which is an automated generated report, which takes into account all hazardous areas for landslides, flooding, and avalanches. And this saves time, both for us in the directorate, but also in all the municipalities. It's easier to use than the last way we did it, where you have to go through all these general guidelines. And in our opinion, it's general knowledge or national knowledge transformed to local use. And if I should say, so I also have like a dream that we can take it even further. For example, if we could cooperate with DSB, for example, maybe we can implement their data. So in the end, perhaps a municipality could get, like, this is a letter from the government. This is everything you have to take into account in your master plan. This is how you do it. These are the problems. And of course, you will not spend time on things which isn't a problem. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Lars, and please make yourself comfortable in the chairs, and we can hopefully have some time for some questions and comments afterwards. But I will first leave the floor to our colleague from TypePoint, or well, formerly known as the Norwegian Space Agency, working with satellites and lots of interesting things. So I guess we'll hear about the use of drones, and you actually heard a little bit about it yesterday in connection with one of the EEA-funded projects that we have together with Poland on CBRNE. So, Niklas Nyhaus, I'll give you the floor. Thank you.
We're only cloud-based, so I almost need my computer. There. Yes, thank you for the invitation, and very good setup and fun to listen to everyone. We are TypePoint. I am Niklas Nyhaus. I am the CTO of TypePoint and also a special ops pilot for drones. Not many of you know us, I would imagine, but we are a joint venture in between Andøya Space, which is a stately company, stately owned company, by the Ministry of sorry. Yeah. And Sund Air, which is a private company. We have called ourselves TypePoint because we want to be the TypePoint for the drone industry. Anyone who needs help from us, anyone who needs to have any relationships with the air traffic controller or the drones or anything like that, we want to be the TypePoint for that. We have approximately 100 pilots from the emergency response, which are located all over Norway and Spitsbergen as well. We have also lots of other products that we are very proud of, but in this situation, this is probably the most precise and correct one to talk about. The Gjerdrum Claes landslide was one of the big turning points for the drone industry in Norway. It happened at 4 o'clock in the morning, and there were 31 houses that were taken in the landslide. There were 7 or 10 people that died, and just from the emergency responders from police, no, I mean fire department, there were 230 flight hours during the first month. There were up to 7 drones flying at the same time with 3 manned helicopters, and as we heard later, the Orion plane was flying above us, even higher up, just to have relay of comms. Very quickly on the Clay properties, because it's a very interesting and strange, fascinating thing, and it's very strong when it's left alone and intact. As soon as it's been disturbed by human or natural causes, it turns to liquid. It can also then, by having a bit of salt added to it, become solid again. Early in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 30th of December, the landslide happened, and there was only manned aircrafts that were out. There was no drones at the first time. When they went for refueling, the drones came up and did the search after humans. And as you see here, they were pulling out some people. I think there was 31 that were saved from the landslide. So it's quite a big thing for Norway. We were called in to support the emergency responders due to, at the time, being that drones were used for search and rescue, saving lives. No one had really been using mapping in the sense of any emergency response. So we were called, 2 pilots came up. Our first flight window was at 7 o'clock in the evening. As you can see, there was, as every other natural disaster. There's never nice weather. So right there was about 2 degrees minus what we call in Norwegian sludd, which is wet snow, and blowing about 17 meters per second. We then set up 2 drones, one which was actually for our good friends at NVE to have a situational awareness, the picture to the right, to see how big the landslide actually was and to see where new cracks in the earth was, to see if there was any danger of a bigger landslide at the moment. The second drone was set up as a mapping mission, where you see the grid quite simply there, automatically flies this grid, takes photos, and then we can process a map out of it. At just before 10, which was 3 hours after takeoff, we had an online map to be able to show to the emergency responders. And as you can see, it was rather visual. People started understanding. There were many of the emergency responders were saying that the way to find out where the hole was just walking till your light stopped, till you couldn't see any light anymore, and there was the hole. Stop, turn around, get back. So this gave a very big situational awareness for everyone. A typical mapping mission, which was, there you see represented with 2 colors, the 2 different drones mapping at the same time to save time. There was about 3,000 photos for the whole landslide. And of course needs a bit of power to make a stitch and a map out of this. We decided to use a cloud-based company so that we could get it quickly processed and also shared with as many people as possible. Later we started doing this one at the left was of course infrared photos at night. I forgot to say that. The picture to the right was then red, green, blue, normal RGB pictures, which was taken multiple days later. This gave the possibility of actually seeing the difference and the progression of the landslide by having, normally with an interactive, you would see that you could toggle through from day to day. This is also, of course, possible on computers, iPads, and any other mobile phones and any devices. This is actually the same photo as Lars, but just from the bottom of the landslide. As you can see, there was about 18 meters drop, and shows the importance of not falling in, of course. Being mapping, you can make a 3D map, you can make a terrain model, you can make height, you can do anything with it, almost. And as you see here, there is a 3D model, and at the top it's how the drone was flying to get those information. The maps were very quickly taken into account and were printed out on all the walls around the whole landslide area. The whole wall was covered without any direct knowledge or been using maps before but hadn't been using it like this, was then split up into sections and being able then to have a much better situational awareness so that everyone knew where to be at what time. This is part of one of the online programs, the Norwegian Etterretningstjenesten, intelligence service, thank you, were there and were able to pinpoint, thanks to information from everyone, NVE, NGIF, and all the knowledge and situational awareness and the mapping, to be able to map out the exact position of where the missing people were. So as you can see there, it's on the orange, there are some styrofoam plates that have been put out to make bridges out to the search areas. This because the quick clay is very sticky and you have to actually have life vests on because it just gulps you up. First time the intelligence service has not been out at the site and only been seeing remotely, which was quite an interesting topic. Just to go a bit into the mapping information and thoughts, this is a visualization of how the map at Gjerdrum was and the precision of it. And as you see at the bottom, there is a 3 to 5 meter fault and a up to 50 meter height compared to realistic maps. This is due to not having done it using time just to get a quick situational awareness. Because normally you would have to have ground control points which you put on the ground and then you tell exactly what point that is and refer it to the map. This was also possible to do later. And after we'd done this, the precision of this map went down to 24 centimeters, and in the z-axis, the height went down to about 25. So you manage the information you get at the point, you can re-digitize or re-render and make better at a later time. Nothing is lost at the time. I will get back to why this is also important. So what have we learned from this? There is multiple things that were important. Mapping has become a vital part of emergency response. There are more and more emergency responders who are using mapping actively to try to get situational awareness before, under, and after. There's been a huge initiative to get manned flight, manned aerial operations with unmanned to work together. Funny part of that was that the first day we had to land the drones, and it was about half an hour to an hour before the helicopters came in, but they just didn't want to have any drones in the way. By day 5, I think it was, one of the drone pilots had problems because the safety systems in the drone didn't allow him to take off when the helicopter was right above his head. So we had to please ask the helicopter to move, and it shows how quickly you can adapt to each other when you know what people are doing. Having an air traffic controller, a emergency responder, JTAC were there at the beginning to control the airspace, and as soon as people know what's going on, there is no danger. The integration of mapping, live maps, anything with live streaming has now become very normal for the 110 centrals, 112 centuries for you, or most of Europe. And creating an incident commander for drones and air traffic controller has also become a more and more used part of emergency responders. For the mapping part, there is a very important lesson to learn. Many people think about mapping as 3D maps. We've all seen the Notre Dame fantastic maps of it. That takes time to get the data, it takes time to process it, and it takes time to view it. Our emergency responders, when they arrive at a place, they fly the drone straight up, they take one photo of the area, and they put it on the smart board and make marks. Send this out to everyone. So people are ready to park and place themselves as soon as they arrive at the area. The LiDAR is also been newer inclusion of drones, basically laser used to map, very precise and also very fast. This would have been a fantastic tool to have used the first day at Gjerdrum, because you're able to precisely map an area quickly. So if we can just hit the play button, please. And this map has been flown in, this is just been flown in, I think it was within 20 minutes, and within the hour you have a 3D map without any problem. Here's an elevation model. This one here, you can, in theory, remove the trees to see what's under the trees. And there are the flight paths of it. Sorry, I think I've jumped. As I said, manned and unmanned together has become a lot more used. This is a very good test with the super long line up in the mountains. We're actually flying not too far away from the aircraft, and the manned aviation has got no problems with any of our pilots flying close to them, and of course other pilots whom they know. This is a very interesting, I think really cool, video of how manned aircraft and drones were used actually a few years back. So if you can just hit the play button. This was under forest fire. The helicopter goes down, picks up water, flies along, has actually a live shot of himself, a bit like a video game, and flying to where the drone is to be able to see an overview of where to put the water. And as you see, it's actually just straight under the drone. Not a lot of pilots like to do that. We were talking a bit about prevention, and this is one of our latest projects, and it has to do with forest fires and prevention of that. There's a lot of controlled forest fires, a lot of forest fires that are happening at the time. We send drone pilots out to fly over with multispectral video cameras, and then take the health of the forest to see what the likelihood of a forest fire is. So here you see the red is how dead the tree is and how dry it is. We then put it into a model. These are our own numbers. This is the AI numbers, so it's the probability of dead trees. We can, of course, put this up to any other numbers that are, or scale that is of use. Here is a close-up of what it looks like when the AI has been working, and a cleaner version of it, which is the newest supplement. Visualization of all the bands of light that it's picking up. Red, green, blue, near infrared, and red and RGB. Since we've been on the AI part, we do also AI on the sea for the Norwegian oil prevention. And here is AI on steroids, basically. It's birds flying versus birds on water with whales feeding. It's a very visual one. I was unluckily not allowed to use any of the pictures from our partners with oil on water, but I can tell a bit about that, and that is that we use satellites first and foremost to see and observe if there is oil on water. Then, if there is a chance of that, manned planes with the LMKIV comes out, flies out, checks it out. If that is concluded to be oil, then we as drone pilots go out with ships and other eyes for the boat and to map oil on water. We also have algorithms and AI to be able to view that. Oops. Since we're on the part of AI, just wanted to show a bit of different things that are being worked on. On the right, it's the same, just change bird with human. This is a fantastic tool for being able to have redundancy and length of flight, because the drone can keep on flying and you will have an AI which is awake at any time. Being out on search and rescue missions in a bit of rain on a little screen is not easy to pick up human beings or dogs or any part of that. So having a live AI help you flag the areas, either live on site or after when you can process it, is great. The AOS, synthetic aperture, is pretty much one of the coolest things that has come for search and rescue lately, I would tend to say, for the drone industry. That's where I am. And that is basically being able to see through trees. So it's an infrared picture to the right of the tomb, which then sees the 3 humans underneath. This is done by flying along and processing the different images with it and making a little model out of it, quickly explained. But this will be on most search and rescue drones in not too long, I would imagine. We can't go through drones without having CBRNE. And this is a project that we've been working on with DSB as well and Abevo. Very interesting. This is only a small part of it, but it shows the integration in between the fire department or police or anyone with a drone and the CBRNE units. Until now, there's been only specialized drones, which cost, of course, after the name, specialized prices. And this whole concept is with a 3D printed cradle that you can put onto the drones that most fire departments have and police. You can then strip it on, you can put O-rings quickly mounted, and you can put any handheld sensor that the CBRNE team has. So this is a Automess gamma sensor. You can also have for biological, for any type of substances, and just strap it on. And on the right, you see what the drone's camera can see. This means that you can put together the emergency responders with their drones, which is finished, charged, and they are used to flying, with the experts from the CBNR team, and no one has to learn anything new, no one has to buy anything new, nobody has to keep things charged. Very happy for the little charger that I got, because I can now charge my phone, which went empty yesterday halfway through the day. So having things charged is very important on the day. This has been a very successful project, and it will be rolling out soon. With that said, this is an example of a Teledyne FLIR Skyranger, which is the grade up from the DJI, more robust and more of a military grade. And this has got its own gamma sensor, which you can put under it, and is a specialized sensor. The point of this is that this one can do a visualization of nuclear fallout, as you can see here, and make a map out of it. But this takes time. There is specialized gear. So one doesn't change the other one. One is not always better than the other one. You just have to have multiple tools in your toolbox. And lastly, just to have, because this mudslide has been a bit tragic for the whole thing, I thought I would just show a little thing that boosted our ego on the day. And this is a shot of the rubble house roof. And as you can see, this is a normal RGB picture, and you can't see anything. But since these drones have got quite nice infrared cameras, we could see that there was a dog there. And that dog was actually heli-transported out by a full crew, and was fine. So that was a good day after 2 days of not finding much. So if there's any questions, you can just contact me, or I think we might have a few seconds. Yeah, thank you.
So let me take the questions afterwards, so just make yourself comfortable. So thank you so much. A lot of interesting possibilities opening up with new technology. So I'll kind of ask you to save your questions for afterwards. Hopefully we'll have time for a few questions. And then I will present our Polish colleague, Ms. Anna Kubierczyka from the CBK, the sorry, you can pronounce it correctly afterwards, from the Polish Space Agency, working on space policy, international cooperation, and space activities between the EU and European Space Agency. The floor is yours.
So my correctly pronounced name is Anna Kubierzycka. But since it's very difficult to pronounce for all the foreigners, the usual question after I introduce myself is, can I call you Anna? So yes, you can. Okay, I have the pleasure to represent the Crisis Information Center of Polish Academy of Sciences, which is one of the co-organizers of today's event. And our main area of activity, as the name says, it's geoinformation support for crisis management. So we will give you a very brief overview of what geoinformation is and what examples may be of interest for you in disaster risk prevention. Actually, it's a bit of a pity from my point of view that I'm the last one in this particular session because a lot has already been said, so they have stolen my slides. Anyway, geoinformation, it's information that describes the location and characteristics, phenomena, natural or man-made, in space and time. What I wanted to underline is that geoinformation is based on integration of data coming from different sources. So you can have, of course, satellite images, aerial images, data obtained from drones using various sensors, and it was just shown by my Norwegian colleague what difference do different sensors make in the amount of information you can get. You, of course, have terrestrial data and in situ sensors and measurement units. You can even have social media information sometimes. It can always contribute to knowing better what the current situation is. You can have a wealth of products based on the geoinformation data available. Here, actually, this is an example from us, so I will show off a bit. This is a risk flooding map prepared by Crisis Information Center for the exercises in 2019. So we show what the possible flood extent is. And here I wanted to give you 3 examples of ready-made solutions, actually, that are available publicly for free for all the European public users. The first one is Copernicus system. Why is it here? Because it is no longer just a simple source of Earth observation data as it started 25 years ago, and then it provided satellite imagery and only that. But it has evolved significantly, and now we have 6 thematic streams of added value services covering marine, atmosphere, land cover, climate change, security, and emergency. So this is no longer, as I said, just a simple map. This is a lot more. Copernicus Emergency Management Service, what can you do with it? Well, it's divided into 3 main sub-services, I would call it. So first is on-demand mapping. That is actually activated by authorized users from the member states. And here you can get a rapid mapping service for the crisis situation when it happens. So it's almost real-time service. And then you can get risk and recovery mapping. And what is maybe not that well known is the fact that Copernicus, especially on-demand mapping, it's not just satellites. It has also a dedicated drone component. So there are people from the EU, basically, who may come and fly a drone above your crisis situation, if there is such a need. Then you have the exposure mapping. You will have population grids, so information about the people who might be affected, and build-up service. So the cities and villages that may be threatened. And last but not least, there is early warning and monitoring set part. And this covers fires, floods, and drought. So this is permanent monitoring that you can actually access. All the data is publicly available. All the sub-services that are listed here, they have their own dedicated geoportals. And the data that they provide may be used as it is, or it may be incorporated into your own tailor-made GIS solutions that you already have. That was actually mentioned, I think, but by one of the panelists yesterday about the EU Disaster Risk Management Knowledge Center, Risk Data Hub. But the reaction from the audience was rather suggesting that this is not a very popular solution, so I decided to put it on my slide just to give it a bit of more publicity. This is again an online GIS platform. It is a decision support system integrating spatial data with statistical analysis. So you have the risk analysis, disaster loss data, and different facts and figures. What is put here on the slide, it's, I must say, a bit over-optimistic, because you do have 8 classes of hazard covered, and you do have their impact on 4 categories of assets, but I'm sorry to say this is not working for the all of Europe in the same way. So there are places which are more, let's say, covered, and you can have all the data and information that is listed here. And for some other areas, you will not get the full data portfolio available. But still, this is work in progress, but very nice tool to be used for a ready-made risk assessment. And what is very important is that you can create your own analysis. You can have a so-called user corner. You upload your data, and then it will make a risk analysis for you. Another such an example of ready-made solution, it's Earth Observation Toolkit for Sustainable Cities. This is a world initiative of UN Habitat and 2 groups on Earth observation. Why do I mention it here? Because most of the human population does live in cities. So we have to have solutions to make the cities more safe and resilient, especially to the climate change. And there you can find examples, ready examples of use cases, but also software applications to be downloaded with exact guidelines on how to use them, and data sets provided as an example. So what is actually the content of the GIS report that we wanted to share with you today? It will be, by the way, available on the website hopefully today or tomorrow. But again, this is my request for you, following a bit on what Toril said yesterday. You can find here 11 different examples of GIS success stories, but we are really looking for more. So if you have a success story about the GIS that you are willing and able to share with us, then please do send it your contribution, and the GIS report will be updated. As I said, 11 cases showing different possible areas of application. There are 2 stories about risk assessment, one in Ukraine and another one in US. There is a story of GIS COVID system that was used by Government Center for Security to better fight the COVID-19 pandemic in Poland, but Beata will say more about it. There we have a case of discovering heat islands in the big city of Prague and how to combat them. We have wildfires monitoring in Portugal. I think there was a colleague from Portugal yesterday. Yeah, so the wildfires in Portugal, but fires may be smaller. You may have stubble burning. This is a common problem also in Poland, but they also may be dangerous and may cause significant material damage. So wildfires and stubble burning. Floods. We have a colleague from Water Partnership. Yes, so then you will have a chance to learn more about reducing flood risk through GIS solutions on the Danube River. But with satellite data, you can do more than just flood monitoring. You can also analyze a local crisis situation like it was in the Oder River when there were golden algas, I don't know what's the correct word, flowering? Whatever, but causing significant ecological damage and killing fish and all natural life in the Oder River. And last but not least, monitoring rockfall risk and protection forest in the mountains mapping. So as you see, a very wide variety of issues and topics that you may actually use GIS to help you with. Okay, that one will be presented by Beata, so I'm not going to go into the details, just show you 2 pictures, how it looked like. So we had, for instance, the COVID-19 infection report, but also vaccination report, so you could easily see and compare the data. Again, I will skip this one. Not stealing the show from Beata. This will be yours, yes. This is your show, okay, sorry. But there is nobody from Prague, from the city of Prague, so that I can at least show you, with clear conscience. So basically, this is about discovering hotspots and urban hotspots, and by combining 3 layers of data, you can come up with very efficient plan on how to combat those hotspots, for instance, but by planting new vegetation or installing small water fountains in given places that will have significant impact on decreasing the temperature. Portugal and wildfires, again, using GIS system and the simple visual dashboards, but offering, for instance, additional functionality of simulation and running different scenarios so that the decision makers can actually see if I put this building or whatever here, what is going to be the overall impact on the whole area. Area-based risk assessment for Mariupol. Again, I'm stealing the show from Natalia, from Impact. It was done before the war. It was a very challenging exercise due to the lack of available data and also institutional gaps in the Ukraine. So the data was very scattered and it was difficult to integrate it, but the Impact managed and they got very interesting and useful information products, for instance, about air pollution or floods risks. Urban heat islands, again, the difference was that whereas the city of Prague was very aware from the very beginning that heat islands are a problem, in Mariupol they were treated like natural phenomena happening in the summertime, so nobody really cared about monitoring that risk and taking any measures to fight it. And this is the overall vulnerability assessment. As I said, more details about each use case can be found in the report on the website, so those are just the highlights that I'm giving you right now. The next one is about stubble burning in Serbia. So using satellite data to monitor that. There is also interesting enough feature of mobile application. So they are trying to interact with people and encourage people to share the data about the fires that they see happening around them. Even the fact that there is such a system available, it helped to reduce the stubble burning. So people know that there is a chance that they will be detected, the illegal fire burning will be detected. So this mere fact actually helped to decrease the number of fires. So a very good prevention measure. Floods on the Danube River, again, this will be presented in more detail tomorrow. But this is not just about flood monitoring, but this is also about rebuilding the floodplain areas and making an environmental assessment for them. This is one slide that I like because it's very simple. In a very simplified way, it shows what the risk index is all about. So this is very simple maths. You take expected annual loss, you take social vulnerability, you take community resilience, you do the math and you come up with a risk index. And this risk index is actually shown on the map of the US on different levels. So you can see the map of the whole US, but you can also zoom in for a given region, and for each region you will have a risk index, an overall risk index, but also risk index specified for different hazards. You will have 18 hazards that you can actually monitor, and you can create your own report using this online application. So I think I have exceeded my time actually, but if you have any more questions, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thanks to all our panelists for sharing very interesting and and innovative solutions for disaster management. I would like to open the floor for questions or comments, because I think there are 3 very interesting presentations. And while you're thinking, maybe I can start, because well, now we heard about the use of GIS technology. We heard from Norway about the hazards mapping, and we saw also from Poland how you use GIS to get an overview of risks. Then I was thinking there should be some possibilities to combine this with drone technology to make more precise risk mapping at local level. So if you could perhaps reflect a little bit about that. So maybe, Anna, perhaps you would like to say a few words? I think it's which one?
Okay, about the drones, well, in Poland this is actually work in progress. We have been trying to develop a system allowing us to safely fly both manned and unmanned flight. As I said, this is work in progress, but it will really be a significant breakthrough. As Nicolas said, it's not easy, and sometimes it's even against the current regulations to fly drones and manned flight at the same time over the same area. We actually had a very similar problem that you described. We had, it was I think 2 years ago, or no, 3 years ago, Jesus, I don't remember, 3. Okay, 3 years ago there was a big fire in Biebrza National Park, and basically the drones were allowed to fly only at dawn and dusk, because during the day there were waterbombing planes flying around the area, so the drones were grounded, pure and simple. And that got us thinking how to solve this problem, and in 2021 we organized State Fire Service exercises. It was called Forest 21. And during these exercises, we had a dedicated component specifically dedicated to air traffic management. And we managed to prove that, yes, you can have actually 3 layers of planes. You can have a strategic monitoring drone, fixed wing drone flying at a high altitude. You can have helicopters and waterbombing planes flying, let's say, in the middle. And then you can have small drones flying at the very low level at the same time. And yes, it's possible, you can do it, and it can be saved. So drones and other forms of obtaining geo-information for crisis management, this is work in progress in Poland.
Thank you. Nicolas?
Yeah, I agree fully. It's fully possible, and there are very strong forces trying to get this to work, and has been shown that it does. We have, the Gjerdrum incident has really kick-started that for Norway, and we also have a CAA which is very ready and willing to try to get drones forwards. So in Norway we've been very lucky with that, and one of the important things is that manned aviation and unmanned aren't in competition, they complement each other. That's a very important thing that is worth understanding and seeing. Drones, as you saw with the dog, you don't get that view from a helicopter, but you can't heli out the dog without a manned aircraft. So, yeah.
Thank you. In NVE, we use drones, both manned and unmanned, for getting a good baseline for mapping. So for flooding, for example, we did a research project where we tried using a green laser on the LIDAR to map the riverbed, which gives us a very good start of a flood mapping and a very effective way of doing it. Before the drones, we went across the river and did measurements manually or used a boat. So with a drone, it will be much more effective. The incident at the Gjerdrum with the quick clay slide, the reason for it was erosion along a small creek. We can use drones also to map erosion along these kinds of creeks. Hopefully, we can prevent those kinds of incidents in the future, and drones will be important in that manner. And we use it for avalanches and landslides as well. So when we map landslides, one important input is to know how far have landslides moved in this area before. And then we have to go in and watch the signs in the landscape. And it's easy to find those with, for example, LIDAR, where we take away the trees, as you mentioned earlier, Nicholas. So it's becoming like a baseline tool for mapping in a way.
Thank you. Another question. You said, Nicholas, that it was the Gjerdrum slide that was kind of turning point, and that you had to explain a little bit to them what you were doing there, what you could contribute with, until they understood that this is actually something useful. So I have a question to you and to Anna, because Anna, you said that this is work in progress. Is this something that just develops as technology gets further and further, or are we able to actually plan and have some strategic approach to this type of development, in your view?
Yeah, the progress there is a very interesting one. The police, of course, in Norway fly their own drones under their own certificates, and they also have helicopters. So they are pushing it as well forwards to make it safe. The Norwegian ambulance helicopters, they also now fly drones as well, and are starting to push it through that way. There is technology as well with having HEMS VX, which is the Norwegian NLA, Norwegian Ambulance Association, yeah, who have made a fantastic app where you can put in so-called drops to have a low, it's an easy way to put in any drone flights. So you don't have to go through a NOTAM, a notice to airmen, and make it very official, but you can then have it. So you say, I'll be flying here for the next 3 hours, and this is my mission, and this is my contact information. That has now been integrated into multiple emergency response helicopters and manned aviation. So they have the possibility of understanding, because the problem is not a drone flying, it's not knowing who and why it's flying. So that's, I think the technology will be doing it, the knowledge, and that manned aviation sees the possibilities that drone brings. And also, yeah, for example, another way that was used was under that Super Puma test, where we just did a quick mapping for where the emergency helicopters could land with a drone. Send the guy out, can fly, what was it, because we had the airspace there, the drone can fly 6-7 kilometers, take a few photos and send it to the helicopter instead of the helicopter having to come there and guessing and feeling where it could be good to land. So the cooperation is what's important.
Yes, well, I couldn't agree more. I see a lot of similarities between actually the evolution of situation in Norway and in Poland. It seems that we both had a kind of, breakthrough practical case, and then we started from that. So it's definitely both. There is a technology-driven approach. More and more technological solutions become possible, and people want to use them and take full benefit of them. But we need also strategic vision, and we need to coordinate all those efforts being made to avoid, isolated solutions working in just a given area. We need more systemic approach. to that.
So for in our case, I talked about the green laser earlier and mapping the riverbed. So actually we tried to make a research project on it and made a competition among the consultants in Europe on doing this kind of mappings. We had in 3 companies and used the project to evaluate the different methods. So I think as a governmental agency we can also kind of direct the development in the direction where we see the best use in our case. So that's an example of what we say, directed development.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? We have 2 questions.
Sławomir Łazarek from Government Center for Security. Did you mention, Anna, about the social media? Because there is a huge amount of information going through. And how to incorporate this social media to the, how to say, governmental risk assessment and response to the crises? Because it's so, I think, the problem probably is between trust to the social media and exchange the data. And the second part is connected to the using drone by privates. Yes, I have a fund and I have a drone. Probably, or no, I suppose I'm willing to share the info with some governmental or local authorities. And how to do it, because you have only a small part of drones ready to go, yes? But for example, I'm on an area of the risk and I have my private drone. Probably I can share the info with the first responders. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just had a quick question because we had very practical examples from Norway, from Poland. One thought came to mind. Are you involved in international cooperation on this, sort of sharing that practice outside of events like this, sort of practical trainings exercises at a regional level, or what is the lay of the land in terms of regional international cooperation, or using this outside of your own national sovereign space? Thanks.
Very briefly, one last question.
I have one more question, maybe between question and comment. I look at those cases and I briefly look at the Donbas case, the risk analysis. And this is kind of special one because we have at the same time conflict area and the potential natural disasters. And did you look at the potential unintended consequences? Because there, let's say, analysis of the energy infrastructure looks like a ready target list for Russian artillery. You don't need to do anything, just provide the coordinates. And everything is in that report already. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may start about the social media, I would say the answer is to use the principle of trust by verify, to quote the classics. So yes, social media can be a very interesting source of information and can be useful, but they bring their own set of threats with them, and you have to be very careful because well, people may be willing to help you, but people also may be willing to disinform you, or they may be disinformed themselves and just repeating false messages. So as I said, social media, it's a both big chance, but you have to be very careful and you have to try and establish some kind of, verification mechanisms for the information that you get from the social media. About drones and sharing best practices, yes, actually we've got, we are the coordinators of Colaris Network project. This is a project under the UCPM Knowledge Network.
And we have 5 consortium partners from Poland, Sweden, Austria, and Cyprus. But we have several associated partners. And the aim of the project is actually to create a network of institutions, crisis management institutions, using drones and willing to share and exchange their experiences about personal training, about standard operational procedures, best practices. So if you want to learn more, I will be happy to answer, maybe not during the panel, but later on during the coffee break. So yes, there is such an international initiative, definitely. And about the risk assessment for Donbas and Mariupol, then I'm afraid I'm not competent person to answer, because this analysis was done by Impact, but we have Natalia with us, or we had Natalia with us. So again, try to ask her during the coffee break. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll jump over the social media part because that was well answered by Anna. For the very good question with the private drones, this HEMS-VX program is being opened up and rolled out slowly but surely, and will be in concept and thought be rolled out to anybody with a drone. In Norway, we are about 6 million people, and there are 400,000 registered drones. So they're a bit scared that there might be a bit of an overgoing with flights, but that is the concept, to have it so easily accessible that you just press the button and it will pop up with your little area with this is a drone with this contact information. Another thing which was pushed, lots of people have been wondering, especially in America, with this remote ID on drones, where you give up your information. People have been worried about GDPR and also just having their information available for people. The app here is also so that the emergency responders can push out messages to the pilots that we are now coming this way, please land, or make sure that you are there. So you don't have to give up your information, and the pilot doesn't have to, or the manned aviation pilot doesn't have to contact every single one of them. It's more of a understanding where it is. For international sharing and everything, to be honest, we have been trying to share as much as possible and are very willing to share more and work internationally. But the drone industry goes so fast, and there's so many people who want to have work with us. This is a luxury problem that we haven't had the time to go actively out. We've started to work a bit with America because they've got quite good training programs. We have then tried to work with Sweden. We have good relationships with Poland, and I think it just builds slowly but surely there. And the Donbas, I think I would probably have to hear a bit more about it before I can give a good answer for that. But I'm very willing to see if we can come with any input.
Thank you. Regarding the question about social media, we try to use it, but it's not our main source of information at NVE. We have made an own app for registrations of observations. So if you see a landslide, an avalanche, or a flooding, you can take a picture and send it to us. Then we will also ask you a couple of questions, which is important, for example, for our warning activity and for the mapping activity. So it's two really nice occasions to have observations. When you go out and try to map afterwards, you know that this is actually something that can happen. And it's also good information when you try to say something about where are we going in this emergency situation. We also gather information, for example, from the news and so on. But social media have some problems, as described earlier. Regarding cooperation, international cooperation in the drone field, we do have drone pilots in NVE, but I do not know if we have this kind of cooperations we were after, Andrew. I don't think so yet, but perhaps in the future.
I
at least there are possibilities for the years to come, I should say. I'm afraid we don't have more time now. We have already taken a bit more than we are supposed to. I hope you don't mind, because I think it's been really interesting to listening to you. And of course, if you have more questions, feel free to discuss with them during the break or during lunch afterwards. So thank you for all your presentations, dear panelists. And as we move on to the next session, I will kindly ask Kuba to take us through this session on solution providers.
Thank you very much, and actually we will continue with discussing the solutions, because it's already clearly started, and I would like to start from continuing actually the thoughts which were here, because we have seen quite interesting examples of using geoinformation for crisis management. But what is very important that we are not only talking about the solutions, we are also talking about the innovation at the level of enabling use of innovation. That's exactly what this discussion was about. The drones, how to safely use the drones, how to enable flights of the drones and the human-operated aviation at the same time. So these are the topics which are actually the systemic, and well, they need to be tackled to create a systemic enablers for use of innovation. This is as important as actual solutions. Just to add one more comment on what was discussed now, we had the examples of what is being done in Norway, in Poland, in this area, and it is very clear that these two countries are actually one of the most advanced in Europe, if not the most advanced in Europe in this area, and it is required to offer this experience in international context, because we need to be a pathfinders for innovation and for enabling this kind of innovation. That's what Colaris is about. There is also something called U-Space. This is the European activities towards organizing the future world full of drones, if you allow me to say. And I really hope that building on this kind of experiences, we are able to create a very reasonable way of dealing with the use of drones in crisis management under this U-Space future architecture. And this is also exactly why we are talking about this here, that we are talking about the enabling innovation in the systematic, organized way. Okay. I think the following 4 presentations will be exactly about this, about the specific solutions which can become something more, which can become the organized way of using innovation for the needs of crisis management. And we'll be starting with Beata Janowczyk, whom I no longer need to introduce to anyone, talking about the systemic approach to geoinformation in Poland. In the crisis management sector. Beata, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm here in my capacity as something new, GIS National Security System Manager, and I have a great pleasure to share my experience in building our system for crisis management. Short presentation. During this few minutes, I'd like to give you some information about the solutions for COVID-19 pandemic. Then I will focus on solutions for all hazards, and I will give you some information about what will be next. So, at the beginning of the pandemic, the Government Center for Security, together, for instance, with the Chancellery of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Health, created, and scientists, of course, created a data integration platform using geographic information system software for crisis management units involved in fighting against pandemic. The GIS system allows us to share data with research and development entities and have back analysis, forecasts, and also scenarios modeled, for example, by use of artificial intelligence. The products are shared with entities responsible for crisis management, civil protection, analysts, around-the-clock services, and also decision makers. The aim was, first of all, to support decision makers and also to provide state services with information about the epidemic situation, but on the other hand, to provide to society access to up-to-date data on epidemic situation and also vaccination process, as Anna mentioned before. And also it was to provide, okay, thank you. It was also to provide information to the regional emergency medical services coordinator about bed resources. So, system consists of two components. The first one is for crisis management system, and the second one for public. The first one is located on the IT infrastructure of the cyberspace defense forces. The goal is to provide an overview of the current situation in the country, broken down by regions, focusing on key indicators, for example, such new cases, people who have recovered, total number of infection, hospital bed availability, and also persons in quarantine and isolation, and also about deaths. And another subsystem dedicated to society is available on the governmental website and implemented in the cloud solutions of ArcGIS Online. This is an example of work of our system. It's a quarantine application. As I mentioned before, it was a support for our services by providing information about the epidemiological situation. It's also very important, useful analysis tool because there is access to historical data. This is excellent example of cooperation between science and government, which was done during the pandemic. So this is a prognostic model, coronavirus spreading in Poland. It is an example of implementing data into practice because we use GIS to input questions into the model, and then a model provides us with answer. For instance, what would happen if you open schools or close shopping centers? Eventually, the model gives us the tool to make decisions on introducing or limiting restrictions during the pandemic. More about this tool will be told tomorrow by the author of this model, so I invite you. The system gives us an opportunity to inform the public about the epidemiological situation, and the waves of epidemic are clearly visible. Of course, the latest data is underestimated due to the widespread availability of home COVID tests. And with mild course of the disease, patients do not report to doctor. And vaccination process also. Another tool is application for COVID hospital bed monitoring. The aim is to manage the availability of vacant hospital beds. And of course, this information is also for emergency medical services coordinator who managed ambulances. This is a great example how pandemic could be treated as an opportunity. In 2022, the system was renamed to GIS National Security, and its purpose evolved to building situation awareness through monitoring and analyzing selected threats relevant to national security, including those related to the war in Ukraine, as well as collecting data on natural and man-made disasters. We use this for example, monitoring the African swine fever, and also another example, not among human population. And this is information about international cooperation of the Government Center for Security and coal reserve in Polish power plants. And this is an example of how we use in the context of war in Ukraine. So here is how we use application for monitoring migration from Ukrainian citizens. And this is direction of migration from Ukraine. The application allows us to collect data from different resources, for example, from United Nations, and of course our national entities. And this is following migratory data and mapping of refugees in Poland. We also provide information about a new personal identification number assigned for every Ukrainian who wanted to stay in our country. And this is an example of cooperation with Center for Eastern Studies because we provide a dashboard illustrating a current situation in Ukraine. And this is a dashboard presenting the coordination of humanitarian aid for Ukraine, and other example, humanitarian aid, but in tons, that was delivered through the Polish border. Good example because this shows how we can prepare ad hoc information in the crisis situation. And this is application monitoring ecological disaster on the Odra River last year related to pollution by the golden algae. And we cooperate, of course, with other entities of our system to prepare those applications. We are planning to use those tools to collect the data on losses from disasters to fulfill implementation of the Sendai framework, but also to assess and manage risk locally. In cooperation with Space Research Center, we are going to build the platform, integrated different services in one place, as Anna mentioned, satellite imagery, data collected by drones, and other maps tool to improve our early warning system and to build threat awareness among decision makers. What risk awaits us in the near future? As you can see, there is a lot of challenges. It's crucial to develop cooperation between administration and other entities, including, of course, scientists and infrastructure operators. Next step, it will be develop a GIS system for crisis management, because now we have what's about 50 entities from ministers, central office, and the voivodeships. We are going to create a component dealing with classified data, and we are going to integrate our system with tax system. It's a team awareness kit. Of course, we are going to use all innovation technology to improve our system and to build situation awareness. As I mentioned before, build platform for integrating data from different resources. Here is a short movie about our system, so we can puścić go teraz. Jak można filmik puścić?
With yet unknown challenges, there was an immediate need presented to the government.
As you know, this is not only our work, but it is an example of cooperation among the crisis management entities and the world of science. At the end, I always like to end a presentation with a motto illustrated by pictures. A few months ago, those pictures showed animals cooperating with each other. Now, in the world that is opening up to the use of innovative technologies such as big data and artificial intelligence, those pictures resonate with me much more. And according to my assessment, it's time to change our view of thinking. As technology continues to advance, we can accept also machine learning, big data, artificial intelligence to play an even more significant role in shaping the future of our world and also work. So please, I think that recent crises like war in Ukraine, hybrids, attacks or disinformation are sending us a strong message that we need cooperation, we need dialogue. So if you will have any questions or comments in the context of challenges, opportunities and solutions, or if you would like to, if you will have some proposal of cooperation, please contact me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I suggest that you take your normal place. We'll sit there later because the audio is not so conveniently heard at the panel location. So I would like to introduce the next speaker, Vasilis Kalogiru from European Space Program Agency, but European Union Space Program Agency. The question is, are you with us?
I'm with you. I hope you can see me and maybe, hopefully you can hear me as well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we now can hear you.
Excellent.
I would request that the video is, yes, so, and we even see you now. I expect you will have a presentation and you will be probably sharing your screen.
I do, I can share my screen, I send it as well. Yeah, let me try that.
Do we have a presentation here or should we share the screen? I don't hear any response, so I assume it's better if you share the screen.
Okay.
So
just please confirm if you can see my screen.
Not this screen. We actually see the screen with the video, not the one with the presentation. You are sharing not the right screen.
Let me see. I don't know why it's happening. Well, in order to, I could even deliver some speaking points. I think. I will try another time. If
now
not,
it's okay.
Just not
we see the presentation. We see the presentation. You can make the full screen.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation. My name is Vasilis Kalogiru. I'm a Space Downstream Research and Innovation Officer. I work on the research and innovation activities, definition of our activities and the implementation of our activities in the EUSPA, the EU Agency for the Space Program. I'm here with you because Beata before mentioned we need cooperation, we need dialogue. I would like to catch this nice phrase. Unfortunately, I couldn't be physically with you. There was a very interesting discussion. I like to be in listening mode and learn a lot from the discussion. Okay, here we are with my 2 points. I'm going to talk a little bit about, first of all, who we are as an agency. Many of you maybe are not aware of EUSPA. So very, very briefly, I hope that the slide changes and you can see the next slide. So we're an agency that has been created by regulation, the EU Space Program.
Vasilis, we are not seeing the changing slides. We see your normal view, not the presenter's view. So please change the slides in this view so we will see it. This will be the easiest now. Just move to the next slide in the normal view. Can you do it? Yes, it works.
So here you are. Maybe make it a little bit better for you. So we work on exploiting, on building and operating the Galileo and EGNOS services, and at the same time working a lot on the GovSatcom hub. GovSatcom is, let's say, the governmental component of the satellite communication system. Commission has announced it is the IRIS-2 component. When we talk about innovation and prevention in disaster modalities, we used to think about a lot the observation. A lot of the discussion were about, the Earth observation component, how drones can contribute, which I share. They're a very, very important role. But what I used to say, we need the triangle. We need the triangle of observation, of location, and of course of communication. A lot of things can go wrong in certain situations in disaster. We need to be ready to, act, because if we don't have even communication, we cannot coordinate. Our coordination actions are quite failing. EUSPA also is working on the security accreditation, so ensuring the EU space program security. And at the same time, we work on market development activities, communicating what the EU is putting together as a space program. We work on ensuring that the users, the communities, the practitioners basically are profiting from the EU space program components. And who are the EU space program components? There you have one slide with all the different pieces together. The EGNOS, the so-called augmentation service, which helps airplanes and helicopters land and take off. The Galileo, the positioning, navigation and tracking component, which looks about and let's say answers the questions where I am, how I can act, very important for asset management systems during response operation. Copernicus, very important on the prevention side because it helps a lot understanding risk. I will come back to this in a moment. The GovSatcom I mentioned about the satellite communication, space situational awareness as well, which EUSPA will be also dealing with starting from this summer. Why we're dealing with, and where, let me put a little bit the framework and the work that we do in the market downstream and innovation department that I work. We have three different, let's say, parts of segmentation of the market. I work specifically in the governmental segment where we have three specific market segments. The emergency management and humanitarian need is one of that, and we work in many different applications. This is just some examples, particularly, but specifically also on the prevention side, which is one, of course, of the cycles. I hope you can see now the cycles, the prevention, mitigation. We work on preparedness, we work on response and recovery as well. And apart from these four phases, let's say parts of the life cycle, we also have the transversal part, which is the humanitarian aid, working on anticipation of the crisis, but also during the response phase, and the search and rescue, which is some kind of, let's say, of particular response operation that we also work on. So as regards prevention and mitigation, a couple of things. Anna before mentioned a lot about the Copernicus EMS. Our colleagues in JRC, in collaboration with the European Commission and DG ECHO, are delivering the service of Copernicus, the emergency management service, which is an operational service. It's based on data, not only the one that the space system that was built for the Copernicus, the so-called Sentinel satellites, but also in a network of providers, European providers and companies that deliver data set that come from satellites. And I think the persons following me, like Jeffrey and Monica, our solution providers and our data providers will be talking about that as well. So as regards the prevention, the point I want to make is, first of all, we shouldn't be projecting a lot of technology. It's important to work with a practitioner to make use of the technology. And sometimes when we talk about, the technology discussion, we might seem to be a little bit superficial. We want to bring the solution down to earth and understand that first of all and primarily, prevention starts with proper management. So proper management of resources for our forests, proper management of our water basins, for example. If the management is proper, we will be more well prepared during the intervention. And this is where, of course, the EU Space Program can, with the triangle that I said, observation, location, communication, assist in the proper management. Equally important, understanding the risk. Understanding meaning the hazards, the vulnerabilities, the exposure of our communities, and then again, Copernicus can do a lot. But apart from understanding, at the end, the ones who will be acting is not us. We're just there as solution enablers. We want to enable the industry to provide the solutions to the practitioners. And those are the ones who act on the risky areas, who act to take prevention measures. And we do that with projects that we have. I will very quickly talk a little bit about Project SWIFT, satellites for wilderness inspection and forest threat tracking, protecting forest health and production, working on the synergies between Copernicus offering and Galileo, and at the same time also Project Overwatch. These are ongoing projects that we had from the previous Horizon Europe call. Overwatch is working into creating an integration holographic management map for safety in crisis events. Again, it works on the synergy between Copernicus and Galileo. For us, it's very important not to have monolithic, call them solutions, like this is, an Earth observation program, we only build solution on that, or this is the Galileo component, we only build solution on that. The solution at the end need to utilize different kind of components and need to be transversal to the technologies. I had, for example, also the discussion on social media, very interesting discussion. Unfortunately, I'm not there to keep on what the EU Space Program can do to, let's say, ensure that some of the material that is shared also in online can be also trustable. Very interesting discussion. What we also do in the framework of all the projects that we had in the past, building monitoring systems, like for example, we had another project called GIMS working on the monitoring of landslides, again, synergizing components that can be installed on the field, but at the same time, technologies that work using the observation system of the satellite. So bringing these two technologies together, because they cover actually different needs. They have different frequencies of observations, different coverages of observations. So these are important components that we put through our projects in order to improve the monitoring, reinforce prevention. There is also the discussion that I had before a lot on the progress that we need to have unique concepts of operation, bringing together, the world of drones, what helicopters are providing, what satellites are providing, very, very important components for acting, in complementarity. And I will close my intervention showing what is coming also from our part in the future as an opportunity. What we offer and the tools that we have to do. Horizon Europe is one of the tools. We will be opening a call in October 2023. I hope you can see the list of the topics that we will have. There are 3 innovation actions and 2 research and innovation actions, which I believe some of them can be relevant also to the discussion on disaster prevention. Particularly, we'll be talking about a transition from a green, smart, and more secure post-pandemic society. There was before presentation by Beata also on the work that they did on COVID. We will work on Copernicus-based applications for businesses and policy making. Very important also to make this linkage between policy making, the technology, and the EU Space Program is building. And also the internationalization, as I say, of the program itself, and specifically of the Copernicus component, designing space-based downstream applications with international partners so that our companies, our academia also can collaborate with international partners, bring that forward, not only building solutions inside EU, but also look into the broader scale, reinforcing also applications at global scale. And this finishes here my presentation. I hope you could hear me clearly, and I apologize that I couldn't share the full of the screen, but I trust that my slides can be shared with the participants. Thank you very much for having me.
And thank you very much for... You see the applause, which responds to your question about being able to hear you. And it's great to hear this perspective. These 2 presentations gave us the insight from the enablers and enabling systems point of view. Now we will move to a specific solution providers, not only data providers, but the solution providers. So let's start with Vasilis, and please stay with us because we will be still having a little bit of discussion at the end. But now I would like to pass the floor to Jeffrey Appleton from ICEYE.
Hello everyone, Jeffrey Apeldoorn, Head of Government Solutions Europe at ICEYE. Very excited to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to go a little bit through our solutions that we are developing within ICEYE. So first, a little bit of an introduction in the company. Maybe not everybody knows ICEYE. So we were created in 2014. We're based in Finland, next to Helsinki and Espoo with our headquarters. We also have a headquarters in the US, in Irvine, California, and a number of other locations over the world. And actually also our second biggest location is in Warsaw in Poland. Our CEO is Polish. Since 2014, we've grown a lot, more than 550 people, 60 plus nationalities. And the company really started by miniaturizing synthetic aperture radar technology. So that was the basis, and that really enabled us to become a world leader in radar satellites and applications, and actually also in natural catastrophe monitoring. On the financial side, so we've raised quite a substantial amount of money. The company has the largest SAR constellation in the world. Last January, we actually launched our 23rd satellite. So we're quite proud of that. Looking a little bit more into the company, so we're vertically integrated, which means we design the satellites, we manufacture, we don't launch them ourselves, but after the launch, we operate them ourselves. So really having the control over the quality, we're able to really have a fast pace in making improvements and updates in our designs because we control the whole vertical supply chain. Having the largest SAR constellation enables us to make images anywhere on the Earth 4 to 8 times a day, which is unprecedented for radar satellites. Look in the bottom left, a huge benefit of SAR versus optical is that we can make images day and night 24/7 through clouds, through smoke, which especially is very important in natural catastrophes. For example, if there are wildfires, if there are huge smoke clouds, optical doesn't really help you. And with SAR, we can continue monitoring and providing the inputs that are necessary. As a company on the solution side, so we start already at the start of the process. So we're actually monitoring, for example, floodings 24/7 with 3 different teams at 3 different locations on the globe to be able to monitor beforehand, forecasting, already tasking our satellites beforehand when we know that flooding is most probably going to happen, and actually once an event has occurred, tracking the event. And with all these informations, we can actually provide near real-time, high-precision analysis and reporting. This presentation is really focused on our solutions part. 2 other big parts are, of course, data sales. So we sell radar images, but we also sell complete radar missions. But today we're talking about the solution side. So looking at natural catastrophe solutions, or our vision. So our vision is really to have a comprehensive set of solutions which really entail a wide range on natural catastrophes, which really enable government entities and insurance companies to achieve substantially better outcomes than they currently do. As I said earlier, this process already starts before events, during and after. And on the bottom, you see a little bit the different natural disasters I'm talking about. So on the left, it's the flooding product. So actually, that's the product which is the most advanced. So we're already exploiting it commercially. So our Flood Insights. On the other side, we have a flood early warning system. That is something that we used to be able to predict where the floodings are, and that is now also transformed into a product. Also on the wildfire side, last week we actually launched our beta, which is active now in the US and in Australia. And we're continuing to develop the wildfire and also the flooding solutions. On the other hand, as I said, we want to expand the different natural disasters we're able to tackle. So wind, hail, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, we really want to have the complete suite. So going a little bit further into the flooding, so that's the one that I said is the most advanced. So up to last March, more than 1,400 potential flood events we have monitored. More than 100 plus analysis we did from 12 different countries. And we used more than 11,000 images to make these solutions. And when I say these flooding solutions, we don't only base it on SAR data. So of course this is our core because we have the largest constellation, but actually what we do, we fuse an entire range of different inputs. So for example, also optical, also river gauges. We have digital elevation maps, and all of these different inputs we fuse together to get flood extent and flood depth. In addition, we actually also made a connection with social media. So we have a team tracking all the social media globally. And there are a lot of people in the event of, for example, flooding, just normal people that make photos, they put drone videos online. All of these data we incorporate into our solution to have real life confirmation of what we present to our customers. So what do we get in the end then? So this is part of our flood insights. So this is an example picture where you see with the blue, the darker the blue, the deeper the water. So this doesn't just say there's water or no water, but it exactly says how deep the water is. In addition, we can analyze which buildings are affected and how much. So this really gives the first aiders an incredible tool to know where they need to go, which areas are the ones where they have to concentrate their efforts and which ones are the most in need. Just to give you a very practical example, so we've been working a lot with FEMA. We've had a lot of traction there, and here you see the flood product that we made for the floodings from Hurricane Ian, where you really see the extent of the flooding, really see what kind of buildings are affected. The cooperation with FEMA is great. We continue this, but it's not only FEMA. You might have heard over the last months, Australia has had a lot of floodings. Currently, we're working with Australia. We're their partner for the Flood Insights. There are about 35 different governmental agencies who are now using our Flood Insights. So they have them on the screens to help steer all the natural sponsors, first aiders, really to the locations where they need to go. And of course, now I'm talking about the governments. But on the other hand, on the insurance side, there's also, we're doing a lot of work with them. And these kinds of information also makes there a complete paradigm shift. So instead of insurance being able to respond and pay out to normal people in months and months and months, we just had an example in Japan where they were able to pay out in a matter of days. Certain people didn't even file the claim yet, and they already got paid. So this is one hand, it removes a lot of annoyance and problems with the normal people. On the other hand, it actually saves a lot of money on the insurance side, but because they don't have to send people at every house double checking, analyzing all the paperwork. So it's a save from all the sides, which is it's a huge difference. Just for a last slide, I only have 7 minutes, so I just want to showcase a little bit also on our wildfire product. As I said, it went into beta stage last week. So on the left you see it's one of the elements is the wildfire monitoring app, where we really are monitoring the wildfire and where you can see in which directions most probably it will go. Then after that we have a specific building damage assessment, which is sort of a yes-no on which buildings are affected or not from the wildfire. Then we have progression maps, which really go through time, where you can see where the wildfire is going. And then finally, after the event, we also have a wildfire footprint. So this can be used by insurance companies for making the models for the future. So this is again a product which is based on our huge constellation, using real-time information to really be able to give the first responders the information that they need to react. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting overview and also the time discipline. And I would like now to move to from radar to the optical observation with a similar time perspective. Yeah, please. Planet Labs and the optical satellites.
Thank you, Jakub. Yes, hello, hi, dzień dobry, good morning. My name is Monika Jankiewicz and I represent Planet. I will try to keep 7 minutes, so I need to stay sharp. So I will use the 7 minutes basically because what can you do in 7 minutes? So I'll try to inspire you. Let me start by thank you the organizers for inviting us. Great to be here and fantastic conference, fantastic meeting. I'm pleased to present today on this innovative solution part. So let me a little bit move forward with this presentation. I mean, as you know, we are here, we discuss, so I'm sure you know, we live in the age of this planetary actually challenges in terms of climate change, in terms of loss of biodiversity, of our human catastrophes in all forms. As I said, we are now here, so I think I don't have to remember you that, but I would just like to highlight and stop for a second because we are talking about a loss of human lives and we are talking about a very, very important topic. And within the span of a day, we actually, due to the natural disaster, can lose a community, very precious. And what is most important, still majority of the local government miss and have this lack of and the ability to deploy the emergency responses effectively. So basically, how to fix that? I'm here to help you to answer this question. And we at Planet believe in the very simple mission that you basically can't fix what you cannot see. And the solution that we bring to the table to help you to really make this change is to give you the eyes. I call it to be able to see. And what we do at Planet, and where is this our innovation element, is we imagine the whole world every day and to exactly make this change visible, accessible, and actionable. And this is how we do it. So basically, we have the largest constellation of the optical satellites. It's more than 200 satellites on orbit. We have 2 constellations. First constellation is always on, so you don't need to do tasking. We call it whole world every day. So in the resolution of 3 meters, you can basically take a look at the Earth every day. And we have our second constellation, high resolution, so it's 6 times higher resolution than before. It's a tasking satellite. So basically, you can imagine for the governments with their own satellites, this is just basically offloading the country capacity. What for the other organization is just a fantastic capacity, you know, to go for the very broad understanding and narrowed it down to the very low detail. So this is how we operate. If I can just, and when it comes to solution, we try to help in the 3 ways. First is obviously risk reduction, and here at Planet we deliver an archive of data back to 2009. It is very, very important in terms of if you want to use machine learning or artificial intelligence solutions to actually use this historical data to help revealing regional patterns, understand the risk exposure, or planning for climate change and resilience and adaptation. And it's basically to very often help our partners to build this use this daily monitoring and help to develop early warning system. The second part that we try to support and help is the response. So we delivered this situational awareness to actually allow rapid response with the frequency measuring before, during and after the event. And when it comes to recovery, our daily measures basically help to assess the damages and plan recovery operations, for instance, with fires, floods, storms, earthquakes. And when it comes to being effective in this management, what does it mean to be effective and what does it require? It's basically, I believe and we believe that you need to have a context of the situation. You need to have an up-to-date information to understand the situation. You basically need to have a ground-level details to be really precise when you want to target your response and relief efforts. Time is crucial. We have human lives at stakes, so this is very important. Obviously, affordable cost to have this flexible access to the information and the ease of use. We as a human, we don't like complicated solutions. The easier it is to use the information, obviously the better. And just a couple of examples where we were. I mean, this, I believe yesterday it was mentioned, the landslide in Norway. So 2019, July, rapid rains. And this is our satellite. And please follow me when it comes to the timeline. So you can see the 29th of July is pre-event imageries over the region. And with the white boxes, you can see the focus area. And on the 3rd of August, we collect another imageries. It's the post-events, so you can see very clearly rising level in lake. Also landslide, infrastructure damage, and road blockage, so you can see the broadened area. Basically, what is possible with the satellites is to work at scale when you don't know where the event will occur. We also have Planet, because we are mostly an optical satellite. We also have SAR satellites, and we help to detect early drought detection. And again, please pay attention to the timeline, because this logic, this context of the situation is very crucial. So you can see in March, there is no vegetation on the field. When we move forward, you can see that in April, the plants start to grow. We can see the vegetation cover. In May, they are growing. We can see the differences. The more blue you can see, the more healthy the plants here. May, they are growing, but we see something is start to happening in May. And when it comes to move to the June, the drought start. And I want to show you how does it look in practice. So for instance, when you see in May how the grass looks like, and in June, and it's basically can be a very good proxy for the food security in the country. As well, we use it for the early warning when it comes to wild forest fires and in general wildfires. Biebrza, it was many times mentioned this. We also covered this. And again, when you will follow a timeline, this is pre-monitoring. Biebrza is a national park, for those who don't know, so very crucial, very precious in terms of biodiversity. this is the picture taken on April 20th. So we see already smokes. We see moving forward through the time the full scale of the fires. And then we are even able to see with our high resolution go deeper into the details. And actually we can see the full damage, and we can do a damage assessment as well, so we can see before and after massive disaster of the phenomenal ecosystem. And when it comes to flooding, maybe you remember, I believe it was 2 years ago, massive floods in Germany as well, and another picture before and after when the bridge collapsed. And obviously our earthquake in Turkey, damage assessment. We also, with the daily imageries, is basically we were there before, during, and after. So it's very easy to understand what's going on. Maybe it's also worth to mention that at Planet I cooperate with civil government institutions in Poland. I helped with having access to daily imageries, but I also cooperate with universities and research institutions in Europe. And using the chance that I have awareness, I also want to mention that although we are a commercial company for the universities, we have a free access to our data. So actually the research community can use our tools and build new innovative solutions, because when it comes to the risk management, we need to stay patient, we need to stay humble, and I believe it's okay that we don't know, but it's okay to allow also scientists to help to build an innovative solution. Thank you so much. I hope I make it.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Yes, indeed, Monica. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Beata, will you join us with the panel? We are already in the negative time, but let's try to have a little bit of the positive message in this. I think it's very clear that technology is here, and that's also one of the reasons why we are having this innovation conference, not focusing only on technology. It's necessary to remember it's here, but the challenge is really to absorb technology, to be able to effectively use what is available. Of course, to develop new solutions, but there is a lot of things are already here. So first, just very briefly, give us a one-sentence key message why geoinformation is or should be considered crucial for crisis management. Who risks first?
I can. Okay, first of all, providing a comprehensive and real-time understanding of the situation, but on the ground. And also integrating data can help us to assess the real situation and identify hazards and risks, allocate resources, and, for example, coordinate emergency response. Enhance situation awareness by providing a visual information online, yes, at the same time. And also for me is very important is to help us to assess the risks and hazards, and also assess the cascading effects and risks. So for me, that's why it's very important. Also, by integrating our system and the GIS system with tax system, we can improve our communication during the crisis situation.
Thanks. Monica?
I think, Beata, you covered basically everything. So maybe just from my point of view, I cannot imagine when we, again, have a human life at risk that we will just work blindly and hoping that we will solve something. I think it was also mentioned, I mean, yesterday was amazing. There's so many, like, very important sentences just came out. Like, you know, when you have a human life, we need to act fast, we need to be very cautious, and when it comes to geoinformative solution, they just basically allow to make an informative decision. The more frequent data we have, the more precise we can act, the more faster we can act, and it's just basically why? Because we need to save human lives. That will be my answer.
Yes, so I think most is said, but yeah, I think the most important is to highlight the unparalleled situational awareness that we can provide nowadays with the system. And I think it's important to highlight the difference between now and in the past, that with these satellite systems, we're able to be so quick with providing so much information, and then the solutions that my colleague of Planet and myself presented, and also other colleagues during this conference. There's so much information now that we can provide to rapid response teams is incredible, and it really minimizes the amount of lives lost, damages on properties, etc. So I think that is a huge difference with what we had in the past.
Vasilis, thanks.
I think all these are very, very valid points. My contribution to that is the importance to understand where, because we talk about geospatial technology, the where is critical, so where we should be acting, but also where are the resources, where are the assets, where are the people on the ground. And also we have to realize resources in many organization, depending also on the scale of the event sometimes that we're dealing with, resources are scarce, and prioritization, I think it was mentioned before, is very, very important. So knowing the where to act and how to prioritize your actions, this is the important thing that geospatial brings in the picture.
Thanks a lot. Doug, do you have some additional? Okay. I will add also my own observation. There are, I think, two more points which are worth emphasizing. It was already here, but maybe just to emphasize also, information which is geo-information is easier to share. Yeah. It's easier to communicate. We are experiencing this quite often, that it's much easier to give a rapid stream of information in one picture instead of writing a long report or talking long over the phone. And second point, with all the data you are already able to generate and provide, and more in the years to come, we are getting the beautiful stream, historical stream of data. So we are moving from not only reaction, but to a very solid foundation for the risk analysis. That's very important. We are having more, it's not very far in the back because your considerations are relatively new, but with every next year, then we will be having more and more information, and this picture will be more useful for analysis. And also analysis and identification of the change, which is also critical in the context of the climate change. Okay, then the second question. It's nice to see what we can do, but it's always difficult to absorb. What are the key problems which we should be aiming at at the level of the user, of those who should receive your information? Because you are experiencing this from the provider perspective. You are the user yourself. So again, starting from the user.
User, but also giving a tool. So the idea of my system is to provide a tool for users. And our users, from ministers, from head of central office, for scientists and researchers institution, should provide information, data, put into the system and create some dashboards. So for me now, the big challenge is to engage them in this process, to give them solutions and engage in the process to prepare applications dashboard for themselves, for other entities, also for society, because we work in a few people, and it's impossible to create everything for all crisis management system. So this is a challenge. Engage them.
Great answer. It just got me thinking that maybe in this answer I will focus on the keyword effectively, just effectively. What does it mean to work effectively on and to use solution and we actually be satisfied with using a solution? And I work with mostly with civil government entities and United Nations. So when it comes to, I'm looking at Andrew, you know, there's a lot of problems that don't have borders. And I believe when we work on the solution, you know, across the borders, to have this ability to look at this scale, you know, and to understand again the complexity of this. When it comes to like civil government, I would say, I mean, at least how I look at it, it's very difficult to work on the like a problem itself. Like, let's say, let's focus on the, I don't know, the river risk incident. It's very difficult. But when we will ask a very precise question, let's say, I want to be able to know week before that the event will occur, and so I can evacuate people. Or when it comes to the landslide, I want to be able to see the risk, understand that, you know, it was years before, 2 years before, you know, when we will be very precise what we want to achieve and what we have, how we can help people, how quick we can, you know, evacuate people, what can we do in this information, and then we deliver it in the very easy to consume way. For instance, just highlighting like even the red point alarm that it's time to evacuate people. Then I believe this is effective and it's easy to use and it's just serve the people, for the people. So I think that will be my answer.
Thanks. Jeffrey?
So maybe I want to start. So we of course have a SAR constellation, which in general is a little bit more difficult for operators to use the images compared to optical. So we have seen that as well in the past, and that's also one of the aspects that we solve with our solutions. So with the SAR data, you need to have a little bit more of an Earth observation GIS background. With the solutions, it is much simpler. So most people can work with our solutions and actually effectively use them. So there we already see that the requirements are changing between just images or solutions. And in the end, that's also for Planet or other companies that make the solution. So we're making it easier for different organizations to actually use the data and they don't need this strong background. And maybe, Jacob, one element what we discussed yesterday, I think it's important as well to mention here. It's especially in emergency situations, we need to have also a little bit of uniformity, that the different organizations all can work with the information. So, for example, I was mentioning in my presentation that we are cooperating with the Australian government. So there we're working with the federal government, where we provide the solutions and they distribute them via our partnership with Esri to all the 35 different governmental organizations. So it means that from one point it's distributed and everybody has access to the same data, instead of just having access or interaction with one local organization here, one local there. You start from the top and actually all the organizations have the data. And I think that is something that is very important also for the future for Europe, that it's not just one small region that has a connection and that has the information, but that we make sure that all the organizations have the vital information, if it comes from us or from Planet or another organization.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I pass the floor to Vasilis, just a reminder that we will be taking one round of questions from the room, but also from the online audience. So please write down on the chat if you want. Vasilis.
Yeah, I would like just to mention the problem that we have on communicating prevention is important. Usually response services, response operations are very well communicated because the problem is there, the disaster is there. So you have this inherent easiness, if I may say, to communicate, to make the point, if you're an industry, the product you offer, But also, if you are any kind of technology provider, including institutions like ours, to make the point of the importance of the technology in such situation. People understand it easier. When you talk about prevention, and I see this also myself in the way we try to structure the market segment, the applications that we would like to come up with in the prevention part, it's a little bit more difficult because the disaster is still not there. So these have to be perceived and communicated by the people, but also the users, the people who will act, basically. I like to use the words always practitioners. And then we need to make the point of the effectiveness of the solutions, the trustworthiness of the solutions, and the fact that the solutions, of course, are relevant. In order to do that, we need them in our projects. We definitely need to have users in the projects. And I have to say that in the past, I've been working in a project for many years, even from the side of someone who delivers a project. We see practitioners and users being involved sometimes in very passive kind of roles. We want more actively these institutions in our projects. We want them to deliver the feedback. We want them in the demonstration activities. For example, exercises are excellent excellent for understanding, for them to understand the solution, but also for us to get the feedback if we're building the right thing, like validate the solution.
Thanks.
I'm not saying it's an easy thing. I'm not saying it's an easy thing. We need to try more. And also another example is the pre-commercial procurement. We try to have in our portfolio more pre-commercial procurement actions. But good or bad, industry requests for that, practitioners sometimes request for that. And unfortunately, we don't see a lot of interest. So it's a kind of an indication that, okay, it is required, everyone recognizes it's important, and then at the end in the implementation phase, we don't have so much interest with respect to other kind of actions, like innovation action, for example.
Yep. Thanks a lot. I think this gave us a quite interesting set of challenges: awareness, how to motivate the users to use it, really aim at the needs, identify them properly, ensure that it's easy to use. It's really a solution and not something sophisticated, and uniformly available to all, so easy to share also, and just to understand that we have the prevention as an equally or even higher challenge than the reaction, and to provide the guidance, proper guidance for the developers on the priority needs, and be a partner in the development process. I think this is something both challenging and very, very much needed. I think it's now the time for the intervention from the room. If you have questions, or maybe you want to add something to the list of these key challenges, please do it now. Do we have any volunteers? And if not, do we have any online? Yes, I see. Do we have something online? Okay, so Andrew.
Thank you very much. No, I just wanted to bounce back on Vasilis' last point, which I think is very interesting, on the challenge of using all this satellite imagery in the prevention context. But going back to the question you were posing on the users, who are the users? I think, as we were discussing extensively yesterday, the users in the prevention context will be much broader than possibly the 35 emergency response practitioners. In the Australian case, there may be a much broader set of societal actors that could benefit from this. So it's more of an open question, which is, how do you then, from a prevention perspective, ensure that all that satellite imagery gets to that broader user base? I'm thinking of civil society organizations, others who, in acting on prevention, building the resilience upstream, may benefit from those tools, and they're not operational response practitioners and may not have the budgets or the capacities to use in a quick and immediate manner the information provided. So, Vasilis, I'm going around the pot a bit back to your point on the challenges on prevention and how you use and access that broader user base that is critical to effective preventive action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's not a question, it's really a very good point. Looking at the time, I think it's proper time to give the opportunity for coffee. We used double time planned for break, so I think we are making a 15 minutes break now. 15 minutes break, so we will be back here at 11:30, and then we will continue with the UNDR stress test session, which will then transform into the breakout groups. And if any of you have not yet signed to the groups, please do so, taking into account that the early warning system groups is already fully booked. We are looking for, in particular, for those interested in the energy transition, where we have a relatively lower number of participants. But at first, just be sure where you want to be. And we are meeting here back at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you.
Very nice one. I think a very valuable exchange. Of course, the presentation was great, but that I was sure for.
Yes.
Thanks.
ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you at our very important session. This session is dedicated to UNDRR stress test tool, together with Andrew, Mackay-Bauer, and my colleague Victoria Królikowska-Murray. We will provide you with information about this tool. And so, welcome, Andrew, and come on, the floor is yours. You can start.
You're allowed not to clap. You've seen enough of me already, I guess. But I'm just going to move this up. So thank you again for allowing me to join this conversation up here and address you quickly on some of the work we've been doing. The linkages to what you've heard this morning are going to be very interesting, because I think while the solutions are not directly embedded in what we're going to present, I think you'll see a number of parallels and potential synergies that we can build on, looking at technology-driven instruments such as GIS tools and so on, as we've tried in the context of the Sendai framework to look at how we can support member states currently in the Europe and Central Asia region on their capacities for disaster risk management. So the Sendai framework, as a global framework, calls on countries to establish risk assessments, but also to improve their capabilities for risk reduction. I posed a question yesterday to one of the speakers, Josh from the UK, about the capability component of the assessment process, because I think the national risk assessments and so on is very important to understand the landscape of risk, exposure, vulnerability. But when we start looking at coping capacity, what we've tried to explore is what do we mean by capacities when we talk about prevention and disaster risk reduction. And again, my question this morning about the users and the audience when engaging on prevention was a bit of a taster to present what I'm going to talk about now, because what we were trying to explore here in this exercise, which I'll come to in a second, was to see what are these other areas of government, of society, that we should be looking at when considering certain scenarios that put our systems under stress, which may go beyond the emergency response practitioners and operators. And I think that exercise is something we picked up out of a previous European Forum for Disaster Risk Reduction that took place in Rome, where a question was, when we look at climate projections, when we see all the work being done by science and all these predictions and modeling tools on where we go, could we try and see how these scenarios can help us test the systems we have in place? So many of you from your technical areas of engagement probably know and are involved in many tabletop type exercises and so on. But in the context of UNDRR's engagement with our Sendai focal points, with the national disaster risk reduction networks, we never really took the time to go into that level of discussion as to saying, if we take specific scenarios, how would the systems cope, or what would be the main areas of priorities? So one element of this work was done with our friends here at the Government Center for Security a couple of years ago in the middle of COVID, in terms of helping us trial and test a new methodology that we're putting together, and which we're slowly but surely taking forward and operationalizing. So I wanted to give you first an indication of what this was, and then Victoria can tell you a little bit more about what we actually were able to test here. But I'll give you a bit of a forward-looking aspect, because we've already been able, building on the work here done with our Poland counterparts, been able to do some work with a few other countries in the region, which has helped us really mature this process forward. So stress testing. I'm sure you've all heard this term. It's a term used commonly in the banking sector, commonly used in nuclear safety and CBRN, but very less commonly used in the context of prevention and disaster risk reduction. What we are trying to say basically is, can we look at capacity assessments through the lens of scenario development and building a better, probably more tailored and flexible assessment of capacities based on scenarios, which could inform
not only the development of strategies, but their implementation. Because when we see action plans for DRR priorities, should be tailored to the context and should be tailored to the environment in which they operate. So what do we mean by the stress testing of DRM systems? What we would like to do is ultimately, and that is not news to you now, is to focus really on increasing the resilience of the systems, looking at the possible stresses linked to disasters. We were trying in the first stages of this exercise to look at this also from the lens of what we've been talking about, is complexity of disasters. You may have in sectoral areas of work, maybe colleagues like Lars around floods or avalanche, a very extensive experience in looking at individual hazard types and seeing what capacities there are and how do you relate to where could be some areas of future investment or engagement in terms of future planning needs and so on. Where we tried to go here was to see, taking the logic that yes, indeed, as we've been promoting and really stressing, risks are now interconnected. We cannot distinguish them from one another. So could we look at scenarios that bring together compound or cascading risks or cascading impacts of disasters to have a picture of how these complex systems that bring together different areas of capacities and competencies at a government level would then be looked at in terms of DRM capacities. So the process is doing an analysis of the potential reactions or the response of a system, in this case the disaster risk management system, and using this through a participatory approach in developing scenarios. This is going back to, again, what I was saying about the synergies with what we heard so far. The exercise we've been doing to those scientists among you may seem a little bit superficial or imperfect, but the idea is to ultimately bring together around the table different practitioners, different government or civil society representatives from very different sectors and different areas of expertise to see how they would draw up scenarios relevant to the government or the national context, and how would then therefore measure the level of stress on different components of the disaster risk management system. And I'll come back to that again when I really want to underline what we mean by disaster risk management system, which is not just response and preparedness capacities, but covers a much broader range of capacities that are covered by the existing Sendai framework areas of engagement. So those familiar with the different, more detailed elements of the Sendai framework will have a better understanding of what I mean. I'll come back to a couple of examples to illustrate. Of course, the expected results of all this work, we would like to be able, through that, to inform the better development of actions. If we were to simplify that, would be to say if a government is developing or revising an action plan to undertake some priority actions on DRR, could they use a scenario-based capacity assessment or a stress test of their system to see what kind of priorities could be focused on under that specific period of time? Could it be also a way of prioritizing? Of course, because it's participatory, you may ask the same audience or the same room one day and the next what their visions would be for a scenario, and this may change. So again, it is not a scientifically robust approach, but it is a robust approach in terms of ensuring that you get a wide perspective of different sectors around the table contributing to this. And of course, last but not least, ensuring the alignment with Sendai priorities, and if it's a country in the context of EU or UCPM engagement, that could involve also aligning with priorities with EU requirement or recommendations. So the approach we've been taking, and that we initially trialed here with colleagues in the Government Center for Security and the National Platform in Poland, and which we've been rolling out further now, is to take a few steps in that process. So what we start by doing is, of course, collecting a set of background information on what is the landscape of risk, what information do we have available coming from different sources on risk and hazard types in the context of the country we're engaging in. We've been looking, for example, at the initial capacity assessments that we could be undertaking. Those of you working with the UCPM as an umbrella legislative framework, you'll have heard of the capability assessments. These are similar ideas. What are the general capacities required for disaster management? And then, of course, instruments such as the Inform Risk Index, which is one of many that could be used to better understand the risk landscape at a country context. And that goes back to what I was saying. All the available GIS tools, the publicly or private, could be used as background information to inform this type of exercise. The more information we can gather, of course, the better. We have at UNDRR, for example, established now what we call a Risk Information Exchange, RIX, which is initially now being rolled out in a few countries worldwide, which is supposed to be a one-stop shop where all that information, public and private, or open access or not, could then be channeled to better inform that exercise. So we're now trying to see with our colleagues in Geneva how we could use this risk information exchange as a basis to inform that background information. Then comes the exciting exercise, which is the scenario planning. The scenario planning is an exercise that we now do. We weren't unfortunately able to do this in Poland because of the COVID environment, but we try and do this in a participatory way. We did this last year in Tajikistan, for example, where we convened through the national platform there multiple stakeholders represented by the national platform to discuss what would be, from their own sectoral perspectives, the main hazard types they would like to focus on. And if they were to draw up a complex scenario from their own sectoral perspective for their country, what would it be? And engaging in our participatory exchange, we came up with some quite interesting set of different scenario types to consider. And I'll come back to how we then did a bit of a filtering to see which one we could then focus on to undertake the stress testing exercise. Then we moved on to the capacity assessment and prioritization, which is the core aspect of the stress testing. So meaning asking those same representatives from different sectors how they measured the importance of those capacities in the context of addressing that specific scenario type. Again, those working on tabletop exercises, on trainings and exercises would be familiar with this from a response perspective, but it's a little bit less straightforward if you ask the Ministry of Education how they would consider the level of stress of a flood impact affecting an industrial accident in a major urban environment when looking at some areas of capacities that they may not be familiar with: risk assessment, exchange of experiences, engagement with a whole of society and government approach. So that is an exercise we found very interesting and useful in this case, and we would like to replicate. And finally, doing that, we were able to then work on the analysis of the and draw up some initial recommendations. In the case of Tajikistan, for example, we were then able to inform how some of the action plan areas for their DRR strategy could be looked at in priority based on the exercise of the stress test. So it really tries to be an exercise that contributes to the strategic frameworks in place. And of course, ultimately down the line, the plan would be that this type of approach helps to fine-tune the budgeting. As we were saying yesterday, it is important to associate a number, a figure, with actions required. And it is sometimes more complicated to do that in disaster risk reduction when we don't have immediate return on investment, or we're not talking about investing in response assets that go into the UCPN voluntary pool or anything else. We're talking maybe about soft capacities. We're talking about capacities that go a bit under the radar but are critical to resilience building from a societal perspective. So going back to the step-by-step approach that I can run you through, and again, to the colleagues from the Government Center for Security, a lot of this will remind you of what we started working together on in the initial phases of testing this approach. And again, I would like to thank you because it's been extremely inspiring in being able to consolidate this methodology. And you'll recognize some of the scenario types there that we came up with in discussions with the national platform members here in Poland. But the idea is to, again, use the background information I was talking about and then to go over a scenario development. What we've been trying to tell the government counterparts is, from wherever part of the government or civil society you're from, what would be, in your view, a complex risk type that could have 3 levels if we talk about cascading impacts. So again, triggering some reflections on events that may not be particularly likely, but in the event they would happen, the impacts could be quite cross-cutting and could affect different parts of the DRM system in multiple ways. So really taking that reflection forward from different government counterparts. The picture just is a reflection of the types of discussions we had with Tajikistan, where different government counterparts were discussing which types of cascading impacts could result from an initial trigger, whether it's a flood, a landslide, heavy precipitation in the natural sense, but also could be triggered by an industrial accident, a disruption of the cyberspace, and so on. The work we've been doing has been framed around the main hazard types around INFORM, so we had a bit of a starting point to focus the initial focus of our engagement, so earthquake, flooding, drought, and pandemic as one of our trigger hazard types, and then discussing with these groups of individuals from national platforms what would be cascading impacts resulting from these initial triggers. And of course, one exercise we've been trying to bring here, and we're only very much at the starting phases of this, is how can we integrate some climate projections to all this? And I think this sort of came up throughout the conversations we've been hearing over the last 2 days. The projections of climate impacts will have a huge impact on how we perceive some of the priorities areas of work we work on. Again, Lars's presentation on a landslide and floods demonstrated that quite nicely this morning on how if we take on a perspective of a few decades down the line, we'll see different scenarios, stresses to the system that will evolve and vary over time. Then what we did with this group, and this is an exercise again that we took in the context of Tajikistan, you know this graph very well, but then if you ask different audiences from different sectoral parts of government, where would you place those different scenarios on a risk matrix? And again, a fascinating exercise to see the types of responses you get, because from the operational response colleagues, they may say, well, this is absolutely unlikely. This goes down in the green zone because we know it will never happen anyways. But if you asked maybe colleagues in the educational department on a major industrial accident in an urban area, will tell you, well, actually, no, from an educational perspective, the impacts would be extremely high. And therefore, we had some quite challenging discussions to try and position these different scenarios, complex scenarios, on the risk map. But the result was that we were able very slightly to see that generally complex risks tend to be high up on the set of impacts. And I think in terms of probability, we're talking here about a comparative approach. So the probability here is one complex risk compared to the other, which means that they all happen to be high up in the top right corner of the risk matrix. And then when looking at the assessment of capacities, and this is what I was talking to you earlier about, in terms of the capacity areas of engagement, which made the exercise that little bit more complicated, was to say, well, actually, we would like to look at capacities that are not necessarily response assets or GIS tools or preparedness instruments, but are probably looking at different areas of societal response or societal dimensions such as infrastructure, the economic and finance sector, culture and society, climate and environment. How can we look at different indicators across these different areas and dimensions that could be relevant to better understand how much our system is under stress in the context of a complex scenario? So again, the trigger was to try and to solicitate some further reflections and get different members of the national platforms to reflect on some parts of society, parts of the system, of the disaster risk management system, that goes beyond the typical users you would associate with in the context of a purely response and preparedness approach. Then asking how much that capacity is particularly significant in the context of addressing that scenario type, reducing the stress imposed on the system, whether it's insignificant or highly significant. Generally, it's sometimes difficult to differentiate how important a risk assessment is to addressing one complex risk to another, but you'll probably hear sometimes that risk assessments may be overlooking certain hazard types. So taking that conversation to a national platform is interesting, because you may say that the educational ministry would say, well, actually, education is a critical infrastructure segment, and when you're looking at resilient infrastructure, you should be looking at education. Do you consider education as a critical infrastructure in your risk assessments? Yes, no. So these are conversations which were triggered as a result of this process, and from us, from a very normative perspective, not an operational one, and I have to underline that, this is not an operational support instrument, but more a normative one, we came up with some very interesting conversations and I think reflections going forward. And then ultimately that allowed us to support and maybe identify with the national platform some concrete activities or interventions that could be contributing to the action plans for disaster risk reduction. So to say, okay, we've now worked out that there are areas of infrastructure we need to look at more closely when we're considering certain risk types, and we're looking at the DRM system in a very comprehensive way. So are there some areas of improvement to an existing action plan? This could also be a very useful initial exercise to do when drawing up an action plan of areas of engagement that could be considered. But again, as I said, it is a normative exercise, it's participatory, so the elements of response may be relatively different from one day to the next, depending on the audience you have, the members of a platform or the members of government you're involved in these conversations. But I think this is the whole beauty and the whole challenge behind this exercise of increasing the awareness that disaster risk is much more than just a response preparedness, civil protection capacity, and competence. And of course, the sections that we would like to look at in terms of building that resilience to stress is to looking at how can we better manage situations that cause stress, so the typical type of hazard, the shocks and hazards that could be the triggers, management of system components that support the performance under stress. That could be preparedness measures, but it could also be awareness-raising campaigns. It could be increasing awareness of society. It could be environmental measures taken to reduce certain hazard types. And then, of course, the component of post-stress recovery. What happens once the event may have occurred? What elements of recovery and reconstruction should be considered? And now, looking ahead, and this is something new which we're looking into doing more of, it is about looking at that in the context specifically of resilient infrastructure. So we see that, of course, in the context of resilient infrastructure, we can draw up the same type of reflections. What are the types of infrastructure types we should be considering? If we take certain complex scenarios, how do we measure the stress on those infrastructure types? If they are relatively common critical infrastructures where a lot of risk assessment and DRR considerations are being taken into it, or areas of infrastructure which are much less commonly covered by a disaster risk reduction mindset or operational attention. And so how can that also contribute to a country action plan that could be either specific to the infrastructure sector or contribute to the broader action plan environment? Again, that is something which is much more recent than what we've done here in Poland, so this is probably looking ahead in terms of what we could continue doing with any of countries here present interested in going forward with this, that we'll continue doing worldwide anyways through our programs. And just going back now, and that's maybe just a transition to Victoria, as to where we came from and where we went with this whole work, and using the opportunity again to be here in Krakow to thank the Government Center for Security of having contributed to that journey that we initiated with the Finnish presidency of the Council of the EU when they were looking at cascading impacts, complex risks in the context of hybrid threats, and we started reflecting on these components of prevention, that actually when you talking at complex risks, you cannot only look at operational capacities and response and preparedness capacities, you have to look at a much broader definition of complex risk and therefore capacities of a system that need to be considered. In the case of Poland, we then were able to apply an initial prototype methodology that we were putting together, and the Government Center for Security kindly triggered the national platform to try and get some inputs from their perspectives on what could be scenarios relevant to the Polish context, which could help us understand better whether our system was functional, a proof of concept type of exercise. And I think it was extremely valuable to get that type of feedback. And we realized that actually the scenario development aspect is critical to this process. So to a large extent, the final recommendations are secondary, if I can simplify, but the whole process of drawing up those scenarios from, again, and I stress that, from a disaster risk reduction perspective, not an operational response perspective, made the whole exercise very, very, very rich, and something that we took to Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, where we did the scenario-based participatory approach development, and then using risk knowledge information to inform that process and ultimately contributing to better informing their action plans for DRR. And last year we worked with Croatia on the infrastructure stress test I just referred to, looking at the first component of that, looking at different infrastructure types, and having some initial findings of where we could go, applying stress tests to the critical infrastructure sector. So that's it from me. Again, thank you very much. This is work ongoing. This is work that we're slowly but surely really trying to make more systematic in our approach. So please feel free to have questions. There are no bad questions. We'll be ready to maybe also reflect, and if you have thoughts on how this could also be improved, we're more than happy to hear, but maybe this will come from you.
Thank you for your cooperation. As Andrew mentioned, Poland was involved in this process, and the Government Center for Security was asked to test this stress test. So Victoria will give you more detail about how we provide this process using our national platform for disaster risk reduction. So Victoria, the floor is yours.
So hello once again. My name is Victoria Królikowska-Mary, or you can find me as Vicky Królikowska because my name is already quite long. So I'm here with Beata from the Government Center for Security, and I would like to tell you a little bit more about the stress testing experience in Poland. Oh, sorry. So this is what Andrew was already talking about, so I will skip directly to our experience. So first of all, I would like to say that I'm very happy that we had a very fruitful cooperation with UNDRR, and it resulted in Poland being nominated to be the first country to stress test on national level. The Government Center for Security, as we are the Sendai focal point, was nominated to coordinate these stress tests in Poland. Here I have a short timeline on what happened step by step, and it's very much in accordance with what Andrew was talking about. So, of course, the first stage of stress testing was when we were nominated, later defining country-relevant test objectives, later identifying relevant stakeholders who were later the actors of our stress testing, choosing the scenarios, and the scenarios that were implemented in Poland were the ones that were also on Andrew's presentation, but I will go back to them in a moment. And then working group were assessing during the workshops each scenario. And of course, at the end, coordinators' approval of the results. So the three scenarios that we worked on was the first one with COVID, coronavirus. At the same time, we've got animal disease and mass migration because of the complicated situation on the eastern border where masses migrate to fleeing their country because of the political situation. The second scenario was a drought caused by weeks of very, very hot weather, which also had a huge impact on the railway, and also the drought causing the lack of water, meaning the lack of water for cooling down energy plants, and causing the lack of energy and blackouts. And the third one was connected with volcanic eruption in Iceland, forest fire, and chemical contamination as the huge clouds of smoke reaching Poland, at the same time forest fires, then explosions causing this chemical contamination. For each scenario, we've chosen different actors. Today we have to a little wrap it up with time, so I won't read them all, but of course I'll be happy to share later with you, or you can take a picture. So Each working group was a bit different depending on which institutions would be responsible for action within each scenario. Each group got a document generated as a Word document with the questions relevant to the situation and also having corresponding indicators to the criteria that the stress test was testing within the scenario. Actors were responsible for filling corresponding parts in the line with their responsibilities and making appropriate measurements criteria. As the results, the graphs were generated. Also, Andrew was already showing them to you a little bit more in detail. And those graphs were showing where resilience in a certain scenario works perfectly and which areas need more work and should be prioritized next time. The conclusions of stress testing in Poland were very interesting because at the same time, Prime Minister's office and our Government Center for Security was sending questionnaires that were not connected with stress testing to gminas and powiats, which are administrative bits of Poland, representatives, and we got back 200 answers to our questionnaire. It was also our test for resilience. And I would like to underline that the results of our questionnaires were very much in accordance with stress testing, which proves that this type of a test works and shows a very measurable and good conclusions. However, there were certain small problems. One of them I've mentioned here in this presentation. So there was a bit of a problem with accessibility and understanding of the questionnaire of stress testing due to some problems with translations. We discussed that later with UNDR offices and we got to conclusion that if a certain text is translated into a different language, the original text should be also a part of the package so we can compare. And also now every country who is stress testing has a person dedicated to go through the process with them. Also, if you would like to read a little bit more about how Poland was the first country to stress test on national level, you can go to UNDRR website. Here I've got a print screen with our Government Center for Security Advisors quotation, Beata, from the website. So this is a little encouragement to check it out. The last thing that I would like to say, because Andrew was mentioning what is, when looking ahead, what's next with stress testing, I personally was thinking when preparing the presentation that as the scenario number one with COVID pandemic, swine flu and difficult situation in Ukraine actually is what is going on now and happened within the past 2 years. I am always also very curious, and maybe it will be a kind of a question to Andrew from me, also if stress testing scenarios should include the problems that appear within situations such as pandemic or war are causing so much stress, sometimes panic, sometimes information havoc, and how the situation where decision makers are all the time bombarded by different information, how it can make a decision-making process even more difficult to them when under pressure with a limited time you have to work very quickly. But maybe that's for a later discussion. Thank you so much for the attention and see you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we have a delay, I suppose, and I think that a potential question we can have during the lunch break. Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation, for your supporting, for your for everything. As I mentioned today, you make my day, and today is the same, so thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a delay, now we have a very exciting part of our conference. We have 3 groups, each focusing on a different topic. First, climate change adaptation, the second one, energy transition, and the last one, early warning system. Each group will be operating in different room. Here it's place for group early warning system, and outside of this room you will find information about the other groups and room. If you have not yet joined a group, we kindly ask you to do it now. I suppose I have a recommendation. It should be a group about energy transition. So every group could follow by the moderator. So we can go. And what's the most important? We have lunch at 1:05. So 1 hour for a working group, and then we will back and have some feedback. So I suppose that you should choose a leader of each group. and so have a grateful rapporteur, yes, and rapporteur, yes. So volunteer or leader. So here is a working early warning system group. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the breakout groups. I hope you had fruitful and interesting discussions. We will now process with the feedback session, where we will hear from each of group reader or reporter about their respective topics. Okay, so because we are under the time, I would like to invite a reporter or leader of the first group, Climate Change Adaptation. Who can provide information? Do we have somebody from this group? Fantastic.
Okay, I don't. Sorry, I think we actually forgot to choose a rapporteur, so. But I took some notes, so the rest of you will have to fill in. But we had a very interesting presentation from the city of Krakow by Eva Karus. I think that's how she pronounces her name, about how the city works to prepare for future climate change and to mitigate climate change. She pointed at some challenges that the city will face, such as urban heat islands, heavy rainfall or stormwater, water scarcity, and I think the last point was transportation, but I'm not quite sure. Then she invited us to think 30 years ahead to the year 2053, and what kind of solutions would we see for the city then on all topics we could think of. And well, we didn't necessarily come up with many good solutions, but at least we raised some questions or problems that we might think of in the discussion, such as water treatment, the need for clean drinking water to avoid diseases and so on, and also the use of grey water, not drinking water, but water that has been used for showering and so on, for things that we don't need drinking water for, such as cleaning vehicles and well, washing streets and so on. There may be changes in what we eat. Maybe the city will have to grow food itself, like in what is today parks and so on. Maybe will have to be used for food production. For transportation, we had interesting discussions, and the goal is to reduce the number of people traveling individually in cars. So public transportation and hopefully more people walking or taking a bicycle or transporting in other means than in their own car. In terms of civil protection, we saw that some of the solutions that she presented will also be solutions not only for reducing climate change emissions and for a greener city, but may also be solutions for strengthening safety and resilience, such as the use of green areas like parks, which will provide shade during heat waves, or can prevent floods because the water will be infiltrated by trees and grass rather than running in the streets. Energy use of buildings is another aspect that I've noted. The need for better insulated houses to avoid using energy for heating and cooling houses, which is also a way to prevent health problems caused by heat waves or by cold waves. Then we touched about some other interesting topics like artificial intelligence, which will probably replace many of the functions that we see in the city today. And well, we just briefly discussed it, but I think that's a topic that we could dive into for a couple of days if we wanted to. And then someone asked her if she saw a change now in the risk awareness among the population. And the answer was very positive. She said yes, she thinks she sees that, and that we'll probably see more of that in the future. People will be more aware of climate change and the need to adopt and mitigate. And finally, we had a reminder from our colleague in the EU Commission that the EU Commission supports local risk assessment, and that there will actually be an open call for local climate risk assessments this autumn, I think. Okay, so that's the notes I had taken. Since we didn't have any rapporteur, I haven't prepared it more systematically, but if anyone from the group would like to fill in, feel free to say a few words. No? Okay, thank you.
And now the second group, energy transitions. Yes, the floor is yours.
We do it together. This is, you can present yourself.
Yeah, Tor Arne Elverum. I'm a former, a retired incident commander and chief of staff from Oslo Fire Department.
So in our group, we were supposed to look into new energy forms. From our side, we just start to say there are from the politicians, there are many goals and on how this transition is supposed to be in the future. New energy sources like offshore wind, wind turbines, solar panels, and the use of fuels in cars like hydrogen, and also ammonia for fuels for the maritime sector. So, and also, not at least, electrical cars driven by batteries. So we started. Yeah, there are lots of goals and lots of to go for this to stop using fossil fuel and fossil energy, and. But what we our discussion started also that we should look into in critical situation where there will be a lack of energy. What then? Who is going to give so that it will be a rationing or prioritization of who is going to get energy? And one important message from the group is that the most important thing is saving people. So we had kind of, maybe we were acting like politicians. Maybe we think that it's a difficult topic because who will give this the signal to give this prioritization of energy, and we also. But I think the main conclusion is this balance between that we see that we must go for using more greener and a low emission energy, and we must describe the transition period because new types of energy is creating challenges for safety and security. And if we can just mention, Tor Arne, when it comes to fuel for vessels.
Yes, those new technologies makes not problem, but new challenges for the emergency responders with if it hydrogen, battery technology, ammonia. It comes car with battery, a lot of them. Hydrogen is coming on the maritime sector with ammonia, and the responders has not always been prepared enough for these new technologies and the new challenges with the gases. It's not always that the regulations are good enough also when it comes to the new ferries and liquid hydrogen and ammonia, and it also have some times to make those new regulations to be good enough for these ferries maybe. And the design of the boats also takes time to be good enough. They have to have some experience with maybe a fire. We have some experience with that in Norway, and boats that have battery technologies, then we have fire in them. And we see that the boat is not good enough designed with those batteries. And the responders also have a problem to take out the fire because the boat is not designed good enough for it. So we see that new problem coming with new technologies. And we also will see autonomous boats, cars, especially in the maritime sector. We have more of this, and that also will be a challenge for the emergency responders.
So I think one of the main conclusion is also that we also need to look into the vulnerability when we are introducing new forms of energy, and when there's no lack of energy, there's no problem. It's when there is a lack of energy in crisis situation, then we have these problems. So I think there are some other from the group want to add something. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, we find that it's not good if we, how to say, there are goals to that politicians, especially, they send the goals. Yes, everywhere should be green. Yes, green electricity and so on. But we point out, to sum up, yes, the security challenges. The people are behind that, and we must, how to say, thought about it. What will be when the security services will be operated only by the electric cars? And we haven't got enough batteries, electricity for that. What will be when everything will be supported by the electricity? And do we are prepared for that? Everything is going, is engineered by the electricity. It's not only producing electricity, but we must thought about our security of our people, that we have to protect them. Yes, our first responders, as said. Yes. It's and now we can see, or we can assume that we endanger them, because there are new dangers posed by these new sources, if I can say, yes, and we are not prepared for that. That means we should, we should think about it, yes? Not only goals, but what the goals caused, what the challenges, I can say the problems, because we change these problems to the challenges because of political correctness, yes? But it will be problems. And our responsibility is to give the voice. We have to look at the problems that will cause just the changing all to the electricity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the early warning system group. Could you report, our report, we have a reporter, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mikael Langevainio from Inclus. Going to talk tomorrow about our approach. But the group was talking about the early warning systems, focusing primarily on flood prevention or flood detection, but also then touching upon certain other topics as well. There was a lot of discussion about the sort of how to do the data gathering, analyzing in a timely manner, reporting, informing to the citizens, training around that kind of topics, and also how to merge the different levels of global preparedness, national preparedness, and then the local preparedness. And you have to gather the data on all of the levels and provide it downstream, but then you also have to gather the data bottom up and provide it upstream. So there's a lot of processes, and then you have to do it as a whole of government exercise. So you have to engage a lot of institutions into the data gathering exercise to get the data into national dashboards. So that was sort of the scene, and the Polish colleagues were explaining their flood detection early warning system, that they have created a dashboard on compiling the regional information to one place to provide it further than downstream. Also, there was sort of a lot of discussion how to utilize the data and observations from the citizens. If there's people living beside a riverbank, for example, they can already detect floods there, and so on, how to get them the access to report, what is the quality of the reports, and how to utilize the data. And we also discussed that when you collect data from citizens, it's not harmonized, it's not manageable data, but you could utilize artificial intelligence, for example, to sort of condense the data and make observations out of it with the current tools already. We were also talking about sort of how to then utilize the early warning information into sort of security metrics and thresholds on activities on certain agencies as well, and to come up with the overall crisis management plans. In Norway, Norwegian colleagues also are doing their early warning system for flooding, avalanches and landslides, for example, and they have already a national risk map in place where they have a sort of a red, yellow, green type of approach into regional hazards and risks, but the difficulty there is that there's no local knowledge easily bind to that process, and also needs to be developed in that sense. We discussed also as a sort of sidetrack on conflict management, conflict preparedness assessments, and I've been doing in my previous work also analysis with Google search words before, for example, a conflict is escalating through certain steps. People are searching from Google, for example, hygiene products. And if you can see that, okay, now in a certain region people are looking for band-aids, tampons, etc., that's an indication that they are prepared to go away from their homes. And that can be also an indicator. So interesting to analyze the sort of social media and Google search words with Google trend tools, for example. There was discussion that all the ministries should be involved, and this calls for leadership, whole of government leadership and management models across the whole government. ICI colleague explained that they have done a global map on the highest sort of chance of flooding in the intergovernmental level and can provide a satellite imagery to predict flooding, and that's very, very important system. And then how to inform and educate people with SMS messages, apps, but the challenge there is how to get people to be aware of the apps in the first place. It's a sort of marketing play that as you have to market any app, you have to market also disaster preparedness apps, and you have to have a sort of marketing play to work with it. And also with the help of the traditional media, social media, you could spread that knowledge. There was also mention about the Wojciech Center of Crisis Management, that they've been in the northern part of Poland, that the territorial defense forces are trained for engagement in multiple threats, including the sort of mass displacement of people, forest fire, etc. And there was an interesting idea that there could be also this sort of regional information centers on crisis preparedness for those people who are not using internet necessarily that much of phones and so on, that you would have in a municipal level, so the crisis offices or information offices helping people to be on track of things. And actually there was also kind of a very innovative idea how to utilize chatbots, and these are robots who are calling to people and they are giving you very simple guidance. You could also give people very simple guidance where to go, where not to go, what to do in a time of crisis with automated robot calls, for example, for people. And then, of course, to utilize radio in traditional tools, that you have to have a mixture of these communication tools available as well. Then we talked about the war in Ukraine and also the underlying threat on everybody's unconsciousness, that where the situation can unfold in terms of the NATO-Russia axis, and the nuclear threat is real, and how the agencies, how the governments, the atomic or the nuclear agencies should be informing and preparing people for the worst. That's also something that should be sort of course, thought through better and sort of managed well. And perhaps international cooperation, that would be beneficial to hone on the messages and the practices. What else? Well, the conclusion was that it's sort of hard to train everybody to crisis situations, but with multiple tools at the same time, you can get a good enough coverage to sort of train enough people so that the sort of critical mass is informed and the critical mass can act upon the right information. And to conclude, there was also an old saying mentioned that when it's raining, it's summer for us, because it provides opportunities for new operating models, technologies, and better preparedness. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you, everybody, for joining us during the breakout session, and now it's time to move to other element part of our conference. This session will focus on examples from different countries, how prominent risks have been mitigated. Today we will hear from experts from various countries around the world about how they have successfully mitigated significant risk through innovative approaches or broadly understood cooperation. The focus will be on risk reduction, in particular the identification of risks, also the implementation of mitigation measures, and also about the attainment of the desired goals. We'll also discuss about using of cutting-edge technology like artificial intelligence. So we'll continue our discussions. Today we have a big day about solutions, yes? So let's start this session, and we have a very famous panelists include representatives from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, in the US. Also, we have the International Center on Environmental Monitoring in Italy, CIMA. Also, the International Communication Union, World Meteorological Organization, and United Nations Environment Program Focus Group on Artificial Intelligence for Natural Disaster Management. And because, as you know, I come from water management and environmental, and I have worked in flood protection for many years, this topic is particularly close to my heart, and therefore a representative of water management cannot be missing. So first, let me introduce Howard Stronach. Is a chief at the Disaster Grants Implementation Branch in the Hazard Mitigation Assistance Division at FEMA headquarters. He has been working for FEMA for 25 years. He was a strategic leader for a multi-million-dollar nation disaster recovery program, providing guidelines to disaster operations on funding, eligibility, and regulatory requirements. And also, he led a team who performed, and this is very interesting, many of the tasks including policy and regulation, development and catastrophic disaster planning for large-scale infrastructure restoration project and inter-agency response and disaster recovery activities. So, Howard, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased and honored and privileged to be here with you virtually this morning, and I guess it's afternoon there. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm very happy to be here virtually. As mentioned, with the very kind intro, I've been with FEMA for over 25 years now, and most of my career has been in disaster recovery operations. But in the recent past, I switched gears a little bit, and I am now in the resilience side of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And if you're not familiar with FEMA and our mission, we support disaster survivors and communities before, during, and after disasters. And our three primary disaster roles are in disaster response, where we support our state and local governmental partners in the immediate aftermath of a disaster to ensure life-critical activities are taking place. And we also, another mission area is in recovery, where we provide funding and other support mechanisms for local governments, state governments, tribal organizations, tribal governments in the aftermath of disasters to help them recover over the long term. And the missions, then there is the mission space that I'm in, which is mitigation, where we support state, local, tribal, territorial governments in planning for, preparing, and funding risk reduction measures. So I'm going to share my screen just very quickly here to give you a quick overview of the hazard mitigation programs that I help manage. Let's see if I can share my screen. And can everyone hear me okay?
Now we can't see anything. No, I suppose that now it will be, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Everything is okay.
Okay. I'm going to scroll back up to the top, sorry. All right. So this is a a very high-level summary of the programs that we provide funding through for disaster mitigation activity in FEMA. So we have post-disaster programs. So following a disaster event, the president may declare an emergency or a major disaster. And when that occurs, there are a number of programs that are authorized and FEMA can provide funding through. And so the Public Assistance Program, this is a program that I used to work in, that provides funding to state, local governments, tribal nations to repair, restore, and make more resilient infrastructure that's been damaged. So schools, bridges, utilities, essentially that's anything that is governmentally owned and operated is funded through the PA program, and we can provide mitigation funding during the restoration of those facilities to ensure they're more resilient in the future. And then there's the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, which is the program that I currently manage. And this is also, again, a post-disaster program where if for example, if a state is declared as affected by a disaster, we can make funding available across that particular state, even outside of the impacted areas, for mitigation measures that will make infrastructure or people's homes more resilient to a future disaster. And likewise, we have the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program post-fire, and that's specific to wildfire disasters. It's very similar to our normal HMGP program. We can provide funding for activities beyond fire resilience measures, but we try to encourage that those investments are made to reduce the impacts of future fires. We also have what we call annual cycle grant programs on the right here. These are competitive grant programs that we provide funding year after year for. The funding levels vary based on how much we funded for disaster activities in a particular year, or how much Congress has allocated to those programs. So we have the Flood Mitigation Assistance Program, where we provide funding to reduce risk to properties that are insured under the federal National Flood Insurance Program. And that program is focused on repetitive loss and severe repetitive loss properties that are part of that, that are insured under that program. So we elevate properties, we acquire properties and turn them into green space in perpetuity. So that's a big focus of that program, in addition to flood risk reduction projects. We have a relatively new program. It's called the Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities Program. Again, that's an annual program, and that's very similar to the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program that I manage in terms of what it can fund. But the focus is on encouraging resilient construction of infrastructure and making sure that the investments that are going into our communities are going towards measures that are going to reduce risk over the long term. And then one of our longer legacy programs, longer term programs that we've had in the agency for a long time is the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program. And that's the predecessor program to the BRIC program you see above it. And it also funds a wide range of resilience activities. We have a brand new program you see at the bottom there called the Safeguarding Tomorrow Revolving Loan Fund Program. And this is actually a federal grant program. We provide a capitalization grant, what's called a capitalization grant, to state, tribal, local governments where they can establish a revolving loan, low interest loan program to also fund resilience measures. So these are for activities that may not be awarded under our grant programs. The state can establish a revolving loan program through our grant that can then fund those activities that may not get funded through one of our grant programs. Just to give you a little idea of the scope of our programs, last year we funded over $1.8 billion in grants, and you can see the dispersion of the funding across all of our programs here. My program, the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, there in the orange at the bottom, we provided over $700 million in resilience funding. And these activities include everything from what we can do under the flood mitigation assistance program, such as elevating homes, acquiring property, flood risk reduction projects, earthquake retrofits, wind retrofits, and wildfire risk reduction. It's a multi-natural hazard risk reduction program. And so we, as you probably know, the United States, our communities are vulnerable to just about every natural hazard there is. And so we look to develop our federal investment strategy around the specific local risk for our local communities, states, and tribal partners. So when we're looking at how we invest our funding and working with those communities in developing plans to do that, we have three sort of driving factors that we consider and want to take into account. And one is equity. We know that disasters impact our most vulnerable communities in the greatest way, and the recovery process is the hardest for those communities. They are challenged due to low income levels, lack of mobility in some cases. The infrastructure may not be up to speed in terms of its resilience to natural disasters. So we want to look at those most vulnerable communities when we're thinking about planning for and making investments in resilience for natural disasters. Land use goes without saying. As we're working with communities to plan for how they're going to make investments, we want to look to ensuring that those investments, to the greatest extent possible, you can never eliminate risk entirely, but looking at investments outside of floodplains, for example, outside of areas that are going to be prone to earthquakes, the big impacts from earthquakes, for example, or other natural hazards. Looking at those land use activities to ensure we're investing outside of harm's way to the greatest extent possible. And of course, we're looking at climate change data and incorporating that into how we're making our investments. Just wanted to give you also a quick look at a national risk index. And I know I'm going a little over time, so I'll make this brief. But this is a tool that we recently created where we can look at the risk profile for every community in the country. And you can see where we have very high levels of risk. And we can also look at the social vulnerability of those communities and the community resilience levels as well. So the areas where you see are in red are high risk areas. And just to give you a local example, Los Angeles, Hollywood, that's a great place. Great movies are made there, but it's a very high risk area. And you can see here on the right, we've broken down the risk by the type of risk. So you can see here, earthquake gets a score of 100, for example, in Los Angeles. There are a number of seismic zones there in California that create significant levels of risk. So this is a tool we've developed to help communities determine what their risk profile looks like and to help guide a national investment strategy for resilience. Last thing I'll mention is we are trying to do our best to encourage building code adoption and enforcement at this local state level. We have inconsistent building codes across the nation that cause varying levels of resilience to future disasters. We have some communities that have adopted the most stringent building codes and have high levels of resilience as a result, and others that have not adopted and enforced building codes. So we have a strategy in place where we're trying to promote that adoption of codes that reduce risk, enhance existing codes to incorporate the latest requirements, and we have to develop our workforce at the federal level and then help state and local governments understand what is needed to adopt and enforce building codes moving forward. I know that was brief. I covered a lot of territory and would love to get into more detail, but I will pass it on to the next speaker. Thank you very much. I'm glad to answer questions after this.
Thank you so much, Howard, for your excellent presentation. Please stay with us because after the presentations we'll have time for questions and discussion. I think that it's clear that FEMA play a crucial role in supporting governance in risk mitigation, and I'm really interested in cooperation because today I had a presentation about my GIS system for national stakeholders at the central level and voivodeship level, and my idea and main task is to provide information about risk into the system. So I hope that it will be opportunity to discuss much more, even though today, maybe in next week. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our next speaker, Marco Masabo. Is a program director at CIMA Research Foundation, which the main task is focusing on study, technical development, and higher education. Let me check because I have also some information. And what's else? Marco now is focusing on European IPA and neighborhood countries. His approach to capacity development is based on bringing the science policy interface for improving disaster risk management. Marco has developed partnership with international organizations such as World Meteorological Organization, UNDRR, UNESCO, and also World Bank and others. For example, maybe Arthur with DG ECHO also. So in the meaning the Joint Research Center. So Marco has huge experience in this area. He is also a project manager of country-specific project for the implementation of early warning system, disaster loss data collection, disaster risk assessment for flood and drought, also flood risk management, and also he deal with climate change adaptation, so a lot of other tasks connected with risk management. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me announce Marco. Marco, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Beata. It is a big pleasure for me to be part of this panel today and to share some of the recent experience that we are having and some thought that we are also having in CIMA. As you mentioned, can you hear me very clearly? Yes. And also my presentation, right?
Yes, so we can hear you, we can see the presentation also.
Okay, okay. So in CIMA we are based in Europe, but we are also working at the global level in partnership with different organizations to support bringing more science into our business. This is the aim that we have. Not sure if we always succeed, but definitely we try our best. What I want just to reflect today and also to bring some of the example is how, unfortunately, what is happening around us is also changing the way that we are usually doing early warning system for flood.
Excuse me, Marco. What we see is the presentation not in the presenter's mode, but in the on the screen in the PowerPoint. So you either switch to the presenter's mode, or you need to switch the slides within the normal view, because okay, now we don't see the presentation.
Okay.
If you can try sharing the full screen presentation, it would be good.
So now you can see the presentation, right?
We still see the presentation within the PowerPoint, not the presentation
within the PowerPoint.
view.
And then if I do like this,
F5, or yes, this one. No,
it should go.
It's clear that almost. Nope.
Maybe this.
We simply see the view which where you see the current slide and the next slide. You are probably sharing not the right screen, because probably you are using the dual screen.
Yeah,
mode.
you're right.
Display settings and switch screens.
Yeah, no, I think I should have done this. You still don't see that?
We see the same as before. In the display settings at the top of the screen, if you can use display settings at the top of the screen, do you see that menu at the top of the screen? Display settings. Can you open this one?
This one here.
Nope. In this. Okay, I think we can assume that we simply see something. So let's keep it like that. Just remember changing the slides. We see, because in the interest of time.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. Yeah.
Let's keep it like that, and just please move slide after slide in the normal PowerPoint, because we will be seeing that.
Just
now,
here, huh?
We see the first slide now. Can you move to the next one? Yes, we see the second slide. Okay, so let's go on like this.
So I don't go on the slideshow, right? If I go to the slideshow, it's not going to change anything, right? No, it's not going to work. Okay, let me go. Yeah, I think you are right. Let me go just.
Please
like
continue, and we will have the presentation visible from inside of the computer here. And you will be just saying next slide, okay?
Okay, yes, okay.
We see the first slide now.
Yes, yeah, this early warning for action, yeah? You see the slide, this executive action plan, isn't it?
No, next slide, please. Yes, we see the second slide. We see the executive action plan.
Okay, okay. So, okay, let me just recap where we were standing. So I just want to share some of the experience that we are having on how our early warning system is addressing new challenges that are coming. Of course, we are also here in the context of the new executive action plan that has been launched by the UN Secretary General Guterres and WMO together also with UNDRR. Develop the execution action plan with aim to reach everybody on the earth with an early warning system. And then how we are going to address this one. Of course, the big aim is big ambitious, but how this one will go into the practice and some of the work that, that we are doing. So the early warning system is usually component by 4 pillars. The first one is disaster risk knowledge. The second one is what we call detection, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting of hazard, and very important, the consequences. And the third one is warning, dissemination, and communication. And all this information should be then transformed into early action. And for that, of course, we need the preparedness and the response capability. But what I want to focus now is on the risk information, monitoring, forecasting, and also the dissemination and communication of impact-based early warning. I mean, nowadays we are all discussing now that we don't want to forecast only the weather, but we want to also to assess what are the potential impact that this weather condition or flood condition can also produce on the. And this one is something that usually we're doing with thinking at a population that might be affected or different asset and different sector as well. But I mean, the landscape is also has different situation, and we have been facing some of the situation where we are encountering place where conflict are ongoing. And then how we modify and how early warning can be adjusted or modified to respond to the needs of a community that are in conflict or other international organizations that are acting into a conflict area, or other humanitarian organizations that are working in conflict situation where they are delivering aids. Unfortunately, this one is one of the idea that we started together with some partner, one of the new information system that we have initiated with some of our partners in Ukraine, and I will come now to give a little bit more detail on that one. But if we look at the landscape at the global level, this is just a picture of the conflict there today in place in the last month. So we have more than 3,000, 8,000 conflict ongoing with more than 2,700 fatality just in the last month. So there are many places where we are all working, at least with Chima, we're working in Mozambique, we're working in Somalia, we're working into the Volta River Basin in Africa, we're working in Ukraine, also in Turkey, at the border with Syria and the other place in the Middle East, where unfortunately this situation are ongoing for several years. And we would like to provide with this information on early warning of what happens, but also consider the vulnerability of those society that are in this conflict situation. So that's some of the things that we are now considering, and how the impact-based forecast should change when we are working in this situation. In terms of the specific experience that we have into the PPRD's 3 project, which is a project financed by the European Commission, DG ECHO, and where we are in partner with the Swedish Contingency Agency, the Italian Red Cross, and the Finland Emergency Services Academy, and the Slovakia Ministry of Interior. We put together a team that produced this impact-based forecast for the use of the international organization that was going to help Ukrainian people, the refugee and people that were escaping from the country. So as Chima, Italian Red Cross, we also have engaged the Ukrainian Meteorological Center as soon as they started again to operate. We engaged the State Hydrometeorological Service of the Republic of Moldova, ECMWF. World Meteorological Organization was also part of this exercise. What we did is to send official meteorological warnings and weather forecast, but also integrating information on displaced person and refugee. I mean, winter is usually very, very rigid, very, very difficult if you don't have a home. So in a conflict situation, when you have shelter and refugee, I mean, the vulnerability is much, much higher as well. And information border crossing and reception center, especially during the first part of the war, where there was a large amount of people coming to find a safer place in Europe, in Ukraine and Poland. A large-scale reception center was there. So we developed this system to serve those organizations that was going to work and to support the different refugees. So whereas already mentioned, this one system is covering Ukraine and also the surrounding country, so Moldova, Romania, some part of Slovakia, part of Poland and Hungary as well. But the focus is more on Ukraine and Moldova, which is also was part of the project. The forecast covered 3 days, so it's for the 3 days in advance. And this one has been also something coming from the needs of the operation on the field. So what I think is important here to underline is that those early warning, it really need to be targeted to the person that are going to use it. And so to the organization that are going to use those kinds of information. In terms of information that are being produced, we produce daily max and minimum temperature, wind speed, I mean, all the different cumulative precipitation in a uniform and color coding system. The system is also semi-automatic in that way to ensure that those information are very easy to understand from the user. And all this information then integrated with the information on the potential impact. In this case, you can see here, so the weathers and also the number of IDP in the different region during the crisis, and how this one is then correlated with the weather conditions. Unfortunately, I mean, this example is also something that we are developing for other places in terms of solutions, or I mean, a solution for a problems to have information, more relevant information, scientific information, not only on the condition, what is the weather, or what is the hydrological condition, what is the temperature, and so on, but really related on the potential impacts, to really to consider also what are the people that are exposed, what are their conditions, what are their vulnerability, and so on. Try to go more and more in depth towards the exposure and the vulnerability analysis of this information. This is something that also we are testing in Africa. For instance, in Mozambique, there is one region where there are conflict there, and now in Sudan. I mean, there is a big conflict now in Sudan. It is also going already in very fragile context. And then the question that we are asking to ourselves is what kind of information we can produce to address the need of operators and an organization that are engaged and involved in the humanitarian assistance. Of course, humanitarian assistance needs are huge over there, and peace, the need of peace is huge. But this is a little step that can help operators to have information on what are the potential impact of severe weathers, or in that case in Sudan, I mean, we are thinking also to go toward the droughts part, so more the long term, but how this natural hazard also impact on this very fragile and conflict area. I mean, I would like to stop here just to give this one as a reflection point on how the early warning system is also changing for the different context, and how we can provide some solution in terms of the scientific community and and community that are working more on the innovation can provide some solution on table on risk information also for this very complex system where the vulnerability is rapidly changing because of the social condition that unfortunately degrade in a very short period of time can come very serious. But this one can really support the organization in doing their work on provide assistance. And sorry again for the presentation, and I will stop here, Beata, and so we have a little bit of time on the discussion. I would love to hear what's your experience in or thoughts on these topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. Please stay with us because we have a discussion panel after the presentation. Thank you for your very interesting point of view. As you know, I'm really interested in the GIS system, and everything you are doing is very interesting and fascinating for me. And now it's time to welcome our speaker. Monique Stewart-Kuglich, is the innovation manager at a lot of international institutions, but she has a huge experience in using artificial intelligence, not only in area of health, but also climate change, extreme weather events, and regional climate model. Also, what is very important, Monique in the past worked at the American Meteorological Society, and he was the lead technical editor for several journalists, including the Journey of Hydrometeorology and Journal of Physical, also Oceanology, and senior international communication specialist. So welcome, Monique. Monique will give us some information how we can use solution in the area of artificial intelligence. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I believe that the organizers should have my slides. I have the same dual screen situation as Marco, so I thought I would cheat a little bit and use this workaround. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the very thoughtful introduction. I know it's a mouthful. Monique Kuglich is my name. And it's also a great opportunity to partake in this panel. I'm the innovation manager at Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz Institute in Germany. We specialize in technologies from AI and computer vision to wireless communications and fiber optical sensor systems. But as the only geoscientist among about 600 electrical engineers and computer scientists, I see these technologies differently than my colleagues. I see them as tools that we could possibly apply to further the geosciences, and in particular, our resilience to natural hazards. So the next slides are going to show you a little bit about a focus group at the UN, which is systematically evaluating the way that one of these tools, namely AI, can assist us with disaster risk reduction. So thanks for jumping to the slide. I'll give a little prompt when we want to move forward so that we stay on track. Natural disasters can be defined as damaging physical events of predominantly natural origins. So they can be atmospheric, hydrologic, geophysical, oceanographic, or biologic. And the ongoing drought in Spain is a timely example. The impacts of disasters can cover injury, mortality, displacements, damage to property, including cultural heritage and infrastructure, and also disturbance to nature and natural resources. But what I would really like to highlight on this slide is that the impacts are exacerbated in certain regions. So we see that in small island developing states and least developed countries, and also for certain populations, such as women and children. And they're also expected to worsen because of population growth, urban development, and also a growing frequency and intensity of some of these events. For this reason, we're seeing them addressed in the activities of many UN organizations and programs, including the SDGs and policy building documents. And they're also the focus of volume 71 of the WMO Bulletin and the motivation for the Early Warning for All initiative, which Marco so nicely introduced on his presentation. Could we go to the next slide, please? Thanks. Through advances in AI-based algorithms, a growth in computational power, and the emergence of large and often publicly available data sets, there's been an increase in the use of data and AI-driven approaches to solve tasks in many fields, from smart agriculture and industry all the way to medicine. And this raises some questions. Can we leverage AI to improve our understanding of natural hazards, our ability to detect events in real time, our ability to forecast events, and our ability to effectively communicate an impending or ongoing disaster? What are the best practices when we use AI, and what are the limitations? Next slide, please. Thanks. So to address these questions, we need to consider what's happening at the different stages of the AI lifecycle for this application. So from data collection, which includes data custodianship, curation, and annotation, to model development, including problem formulation, method selection, and performance evaluation, through model deployment, including its integration into early warning systems and other communications tools. Next slide, please. High quality data are the foundation of AI-based algorithms. So some questions that we're looking at are, what requirements should data meet when we use them to train or test an AI-based algorithm? So what are the best practices when it comes to data collection and storage, data quality and pre-processing, and what are our expectations when it comes to the spatiotemporal resolution and extent of our data? Can we use AI-based algorithms to enhance data quantity? Using AI-based methods, can we detect changes in landscape features for remotely sensed imagery and create data sets that reflect those changes? And can we also use methods like federated learning to avoid data export issues? In addition, can we use AI-based methods to enhance data quality? Can they help us locate inhomogeneities in our data sets? Next slide, please. We know that AI-based algorithms can be used to enhance and improve the traditional models used to develop numerical-based forecasts and physics and data-driven projections of natural disasters. They can also be used to detect features in real-time data streams and to support early warning systems. Within this context, some of the questions we'd like to answer are, what's the added value of using AI? And what should be considered when we train and test our AI-based algorithm? For instance, what are our expectations when it comes to the transparency of our methods or the explainability of our algorithm? Next slide, please. Thanks. The Sendai framework advises us to develop, maintain, and strengthen people-centered, multi-hazard, multi-sectoral forecasting and early warning systems, disaster risk and emergency communications mechanisms, social technologies, and hazard monitoring telecommunication systems. So within this context, some of the questions that we're investigating are, once a natural disaster has been detected or forecast, how can AI assist with the immediate response? Whether through early warning systems, push messages to our cell phones, automated translation services, decision support systems, chatbots, or dashboards. And how do we ensure that communication methods are reliable and trusted by the population? Are they accompanied by a clear set of protocols to ensure that people know how to respond? Next slide, please. Thank you. So to address these questions and more, we've built a community of experts and stakeholders. And here's a picture of a group of us in front of the WMO a couple of years ago. Our focus group is based at the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, which is the UN body which is responsible for information and communications technologies. It's also a standard developing organization, so has the same mandate as ISO, for example. The focus group also has an official partnership with the World Meteorological Organization and UN Environment to bring in their domain expertise. And focus groups provide an ideal platform for such an interdisciplinary, multi-stakeholder exchange because they support the efforts of an associated ITU study group. So the mandate of our parent study group includes telecommunications for disaster relief, early warning, network resilience, and recovery. It provides a working environment for pre-standardization or standardization activities, and they also have quite a bit of flexibility and freedom. So we were able to choose what deliverables we want to create. We were also able to choose what working methods we wanted to follow, etc. So next slide, please. Then you'll get to see what those deliverables are. The first thing that we've been doing is holding workshops. The purpose of these is to bring together experts and stakeholders, highlight groundbreaking activities in this domain, and encourage participation in our focus group. The next is to create a roadmap of AI activities in this area of natural disaster management, basically a database of ongoing activities in this space, so we could do a gap analysis and see how our standards will contribute to the bigger ecosystem. A glossary is something that we discovered early on was going to be very useful because we are a very interdisciplinary group and sometimes we use the same word to mean very different things. So that's a deliverable that we've had a team working on. We've also been producing technical reports that summarize the findings of our analyses, which are based on input from use cases. And a big part of our work has been dedicated to educational materials to ensure that the content of our technical reports are accessible to all stakeholders and to support capacity sharing. So next slide, please. This will show a little bit about how we function. To produce these deliverables, we have a multi-tiered structure. So at the very bottom, you'll see these gray tiles that have the names of our different topic groups. The topic groups basically represent clusters of experts or researchers who are using AI for specific application and natural hazard. So in other words, it's a way for us to organize our 27 use cases. So you'll see we have, I believe, 5 use cases on AI for flood monitoring and detection, and we're able to work together with the experts to come up with different best practices. Above these topic groups, you'll see we have 3 working groups in colorful tiles. They're responsible for producing our 3 technical reports. The working group on data is producing the report that's dedicated to data, and it's being co-chaired by 2 experts from NASA. Our working group on modeling, obviously, is looking at best practices when using AI for modeling, and it's been co-chaired by a colleague from the European JRC and also a colleague from Fraunhofer. And the working group on communications is looking at how AI can be integrated into communications systems. And that working group has been co-chaired by an expert from IBM and another colleague from Fraunhofer. Then complementing these 3 working groups, we have the working group that's producing our roadmap. This was led by an expert from UNFCCC. Our working group on educational materials, which is being led by colleagues from the WMO. Our work stream, which produced our glossary. This is led by colleagues from Justus Liebig University of Gießen in Germany. And then we also have a work stream which actually developed out of discussions. It was not part of our original mandate, but the purpose of the work stream is to produce NLP-based tools that can be used by people who would like to use AI in their work. And this tool will help them find relevant literature or other online resources. So if you can jump to the next slide, you'll see who the management team is. Supporting me in my role as chair, I have a wonderful team of colleagues. Dr. Schoplacki is a climate expert from the University of Gießen. Professor Jörg Luderbacher is the chief scientist at the WMO and also the director of science and innovation. Dr. Thuma Rukrudi is the director of the coordination office of the G20 Global Initiative on Reducing Land Degradation and Enhancing Conservation of Terrestrial Habitats for UNCCD. That's a mouthful. Mr. Srinivas Gigantis from the Department of Telecommunications in India. Dr. Rakia Babamaji is from the National Space Research and Development Agency and also the African Union's AFSTAG DRR group. And Ms. Yanchuan Wang is from China Telecom. You could go to the next slide, please. Thanks. So since our creation in March 2021, we've been able to make some progress on our deliverables. We have completed our first technical report, the one that's looking at communications. It was also just approved by our parent study group. We also have our second 2, which are approaching completion. Our glossary has also been completed and approved by our parent study group, as well as the roadmap. So those are accessible over our homepage. We've published 2 scientific articles. We have 2 in review and 4 others that are at various stage of writing. If you could jump to the next page, please. Thanks. Our NLP-based online tool is accessible. We've also held 2 hackathons, one focused on participants in Europe and one focused on participants in Africa. And we also had a hands-on training session in Kerala, India, working with members of the government to show them how AI could be used in their work. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we've had quite a few workshops. We have had 5 workshops up till now, averaging 430 participants. Our most recent hybrid workshop was in Greece, so you'll see some pictures. And if we can jump to the next slide, please. We've also been very glad to catch the eye of the press. And also we recently were awarded a grant from the International Union of Geodesy and Geophysics, which will help us provide travel support to experts from LDCs and SIDS to our hybrid events if they'd like to be there on site. So next slide, please. Thank you. So this is sort of the wrapping up slide. So as I mentioned, we started in March 2021. We just finished our 2nd year, and now we have 1 year left to finish up those activities. And our immediate goals are to complete the outstanding deliverables, but also to transition into a new mechanism, which leverages the knowledge and expertise that we've acquired over the last 2 years and through our background in this field. So the purpose of this initiative is going to be to continue standardization. So as the technology develops, standards need to be updated to fill gaps in science. So through our standardization work, we have found places where additional fundamental AI research is needed. And finally, we'd like to contribute directly to the UN's Early Warning for All initiative. And we recently were awarded a grant from the Horizon to begin a project called Medusa. We're actually working with Chima on that. Very excited to work together with them and some other wonderful partners. And this is just our first step to bring our expertise into the Early Warning for All initiative. But certainly we see a great potential in contributing in multiple pillars and in many ways. So with that, I would like to wrap up my presentation and just jump to the next closing slide, which provides a QR code that will bring you to our homepage. Everyone is welcome to participate in the focus group and in the initiative as well. So if there's an interest, please visit our webpage and send me an email. I'd be very happy to discuss further. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Monique, for your exciting presentation, the integration of artificial intelligence into disaster management and disaster risk reduction in general. I think that it's absolutely crucial and not worthy aspect of our discussion, today's discussion about solutions. So I hope so that it will have some opportunities in the context of our cooperation in the future. So stay with us because now I'd like to invite our last panelist, and after this presentation will be 30 minutes for discussion. So our last but not least panelist is Michał Piórecki. Michał is head of the Operational Center for Flood Protection State Water Holding, Polish Water in Regional Water Management Board in Krakow. Michał has over 20 years of experience, mainly related to hydrologic modeling and flood risk analysis. Currently, he is responsible for managing and coordinating flood actions in the area administered by the Regional Water Management Board in Krakow. Michał, the floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a big pleasure for me to stay here and to make the opportunity to share with you with our experience in field of the disaster prevention. as Beata thought, I'm currently working on the in the coordination office for flood protection in the Regional Water Management Authority in Krakow. This picture is not real, so don't afraid. Yes. My works generally are focused to flood prevention, hydraulic modeling, mapping of flood zones, and other similar activities. Unfortunately, as you know, the disasters affects all parts of our lives and our economies. Also, regardless of our technical development. Also, the disasters affects the water management sector of the economy. I'm talking not directly about the typical normal events like large floods caused by heavy rainfalls, but especially about most extreme events like disasters of dam structures. We know that these events are extremely spectacular, but fortunately they have also extremely low probability of occurrence. It is due to the very restricted and very detailed conditions of technical inspections of these objects, which are made in every year or every 5-year period in Poland. Regardless, we should be very well prepared to take the actions to protect the people and infrastructures located in the rivers, in the river valleys below the dams, in case of this type of accident. The State Water Holding Polish Waters, Regional Water Management Board in Krakow, as a part of the governmental body which is responsible for water management and flood protection in the southern part of Poland. From nearly 15 years is involved in this kind of activity. And I would like to show you in my short presentation some information about this our activity. Okay, maybe we start with from definition. As the says ICOLD, it is International Commission of Large Dams. The dam disaster is defined as the collapse of or displacement of a part of the dam or its subsoil, as a result of which the structure cannot hold water. Dam disasters are most likely occur in the first period after construction of the object, and also the probability increases again over the time due to the aging of the structure. Here you have some three kinds of three examples of disasters of historical events. One of them is the Malpasset in France in 1959. The concrete dam was collapsed due to the problems with subsoil of the dam body, and it was happened during the filling of the reservoir lake. So it was in the starting time of the operation of this object. The second one, it is Oh, sorry. The second one on the left side is one of the highest concrete dam in Europe, in the Italian part of Alps, the Vajont Dam, 200, as I remember, 263 meters of height, and case of overtopping the water over the dam crest caused by a landslide to the reservoir lake. And the third one, the case from USA, the Teton Dam and 1976, and the dam break, which was caused by internal erosion of the body of the dam. Some law acts. As you know, the flood directive obliged the member states to develop the three kinds of the documents regarding to flood hazard. The first one is the preliminary flood risk assessment. Second one, it is flood hazard. There are flood hazard maps and flood risk maps. And the third one, there are the flood risk management plans. Because the dam disaster generates a very high flood risk, it should be included in these documents. This case of disaster should be also present on the flood hazard and flood risk maps. Also, our national law, the water law, says that flood hazard maps present in particular areas covering areas at risk of flooding in the event of the destruction or damage of the dam structures. So to fulfill these assumptions, we make some steps. As you see, we started from 2009 with the pilot project and the pilot methodology with elaborating the two dam break scenario for two different objects in the southern part of Poland. Next, we made in 2012 we made the national implementation of this methodology of the flood hazard mapping. It was made on the Świnna Poręba Dam, on the Świnna Poręba Reservoir Lake. And next we made also the kind of foraging implementation in Georgia. And finally in 2022, our national body, our National Water Management Board in Warsaw developed and published in the internet portal the flood hazard maps presenting the dam break scenarios for 26 objects in whole Poland. So at the beginning, the first one was the project flood hazard resulting from the dam disaster. The project was realized within the financing from the Norwegian financial mechanism. And here you have some information about the budget of the project. The project participants was the Regional Water Management Board in Kraków, with collaboration with Institute of Meteorology and Water Management in Warsaw, which is responsible in Poland for flood forecasting. We are responsible generally for flood control, but in Poland, the Institute of Meteorology and Water Management is responsible for flood forecasting. The main objective of the project was to determine the flood hazard zones in the two valleys, in the valley of the Czarna Staszowska River and the Besko River, below the in the case of Czarna Staszowska, below the Earth Dam, on the picture in the upper part of the slide, and in the case of the Besko of the Wisłok river valley, it was the case of the concrete dam, as you can see in the second picture. The scope of the project included development of dam disaster scenarios, calculation of the speed of the flood wave, determination of the time of arrival of the front of the wave to specific places in the river valley, determination of the water depth in the flooded zone, and identifying endangered facilities and infrastructure located in the river valley below the dam. And also it is very important that based on the experience gained from the implementation of this project, also a methodology for analyzing flood hazards caused by dam disasters was developed inside this project. According to the data of the ICOLT, generally we have two types of the disasters of the dam structures. In case of the earth dams, the main causes are the overflow of the water through the dam crest, over the dam crest, and the internal erosion of the body of the dam. In case of the concrete dams, the main causes of the dam break disasters there are problems with foundation. So we took into account this assumption, and in case of the Hańcza, we analyzed scenarios connected with the dam body disaster, and in the case of the concrete Besko Dam, we made the scenarios connected with individual sections caused by subsoil failure. Yes. Also, we analyzed another conditions like hydrological conditions at the starting point of the dam break process, the filling of the reservoir lake, and another list of parameters. For each of these scenarios, the mathematical hydrodynamic model was developed. We use it generally in regional water management boards, the Mike 11 software from DHI Institute of Hydrology. The shape of the reservoir lake was implemented in the model based on bathymetric measurements. Also, we introduced the geometry of the dam body and spillway outlet section and another technical parameters which are necessary to proper model the dam break process. As a result of the calculations, totally in case of the Hańcza earth dam, the 72 scenarios were calculated. 72 different scenarios for different initial conditions. So we had some kind of matrix of the initial conditions, and the result it was 72 scenarios. In the case of the Besko concrete dam, we have 25 scenarios. For each dams, basing of these results, the flood zones with water depths were generated for the most representative scenarios, not for all 72 scenarios, but for the most representative scenarios. Also, we elaborated maps showing the time of arrival of the flood wave to specific places in the river valley. In the left side, you have maps presenting the flood zone with depths, and on the right side, you have the map presenting the time of arrival of the head of the flood wave to the specific place in the river valley. According to the assumptions, as one of key result of this project was the elaborating of methodology for the analysis of flood hazards caused by disasters of dams over 15 meters high. And these were developed during this project. First implementation, the national implementation, based on the result of the project. In 2012, it was carried the national implementation on the Świnna Poręba reservoir. This reservoir has earth dam and it is very important that during the calculations, this reservoir was in the final phase of the filling, and the reservoir was officially put into the operation 5 years later in 2017. Yes. Okay. The second implementation made under the project made with the Polish Center for International Aid in Georgia, in Tbilisi, realized in 2 steps. This project was focused on learning of hydraulic modeling against floods. It was the support for the Georgian institution like National Environmental Agency in Tbilisi. And as one of the tasks, it was also to make the dam break scenario for Zinvali Dam, big earth dam, 101 meter height, also closing big reservoir lake. So this is the last slide. Yes. So based on the presented our activities during the last 15 years, and based on the methodological assumptions elaborated within this project, which I presented you a few minutes ago, in 2022, the National Water Management Board developed and presented on the ISOC portal, is the internet portal, presented flood hazard maps developed for 26 large dams in Poland. I think it is a kind of summary of our activity in last 14, maybe 15 years. So thank you very much for your attention.
Your photo? No. Thank you very much, and sit down, please, on the chair, because we have a few minutes for discussion. Thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. As you know, because I was also in Georgia in the project, I would like to give you a lot of more information, but we don't have time. So let's go for a discussion. Dakolaf and Kuba also invite you. Thank you that you are still with us. I have a lot of questions, but first of all, I would like to ask you, I have asked for all panelists, what is your advice or suggestions for other countries looking to implement successful risk mitigation strategy? And based on your experience, what particular steps or measures would you recommend to other countries in order to effectively mitigate prominent risk and enhance their crisis management capabilities? So maybe Monique, the first one, please.
Great. Sorry, those were 3 questions. So which one, which should I start with?
Sorry?
Which of the 3 should I start with? You had 3 questions.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So give some recommendation for other countries, what measure or steps or some plans we can use to implement the measures to increase our risk management.
Okay, great. So, I mean, within the focus group, we're really looking at how AI can be integrated into these systems. So I think the first step would be to step back, look at the entire infrastructure and resources available in the country, look at the observational networks, see how AI can then be integrated into the existing systems, and also see what the added value is. So because you spoke about Georgia, I'll just give an example. We have some colleagues who are working on a project from UNDP. They're at a company called Matiga in Barcelona in Spain. And they're basically using a combination of AI and reanalysis data to better produce hail and windstorm hazard maps for Georgia. So they saw this deficit, there was a lack of observations for this region, and they found that AI through transfer learning can be used to produce models that then can be applied in Georgia and essentially fill this gap in what they had. So I think the first step is looking at what resources you have, where there are gaps in your existing system, and then whether or not AI can assist in making it more robust.
Thank you so much. Marco?
It's like a $1 million question. Where I don't know. I don't really know the answer, to be honest. In that, what we are seeing here is both the society and the climate are both changing very rapidly in all our environment. I mean, for different situations. Sometimes this risk that we are facing is something that we would not even thought before. So, I mean, maybe the only recommendation I would say is it's really to think on the long term and a little bit out of the box. There are some risk information that might be useful that we didn't thought before. And we really need to start listening from the needs and the people that will use those information, I mean, what they require. And for that, we as a part of the scientific community, I think we need to put our brain in our head and try to really understand what we can provide to address those needs. So that will be, I mean, I think my recommendation, to really start from the use of the risk information and go back and see how we can generate, and how the scientific community can respond to some of this challenge. I don't know, maybe it's not really a recommendation, but it's what I feel it's to share at this point.
Yeah, thank you very much. And what advice from FEMA?
Yes, thanks. Similar to the other panelists, I think it really starts with a couple of things. One is looking at the risk profile within your country, but also more specifically in localized areas. So we really focus in on working with those local communities and helping them to understand what's their greatest risks. Obviously, in our country, the coastal areas are more prone to hurricanes on the East Coast, for example, and then out west, where it's more prone to wildfire and earthquakes. But then as you drill down and get even further at the local level, those community leaders need to really understand, again, what their specific risk profile looks like in the community. and then look at the most vulnerable parts of their community and try to develop strategies that are going to address those parts of their community. They're going to have the most difficulty in responding to and recovering from a disaster. So that's really where the planning process is so important. So planning before any disaster occurs, and that planning is so critical to bring in stakeholders from across the community. So the local politicians, governmental agencies, non-governmental organizations, homeowners, small businesses, business organizations, environmental groups. There's a broad swath of different interests that are going to want to have input into that planning process where those resilience investments take place. So it's really important to bring everyone together, to have a voice in that process, and then take that into account while your community leadership is also looking at that risk profile that I mentioned, and the most vulnerable populations, and where the infrastructure needs that resilient investment to help those most vulnerable populations. That's would be my advice to get the biggest sort of bang for the buck in terms of investments in resilience.
Thank you very much. And Michał, what is your point of view in this area?
Yes, okay. I will focus on my part of activity. So the flood hazard mapping and flood scenarios for different kinds of disasters. Also, we have the natural kind of disasters. This type of disaster, which I presented a few minutes before, it's very has very low probabilities. But I think in any case we should use the most detailed information as we have from the terrain, from the models, from the structures to have the to elaborate the good plans which will have the good quality, yes, because it is very important for the crisis services to protect the people against the disasters. So we can look on every kind of data. Of hydrological data, for example, has a lot of bugs, a lot of differences. So we can sort this data and use only verified data and use the newest and for example, like artificial intelligence also products. Okay.
Yeah, indeed. From my point of view, from my perspective, it's also very important. Other question, please?
Well, firstly, thanks to all the panelists for interesting presentations. We've heard about interesting methodologies and interesting tools and new technologies that you can use. And my feeling is that there's a lot of knowledge out there which is not necessarily easily available for people, well, on the ground, so to speak. So my question to the panelists would be whether you have any good examples on how national and local authorities or towns and cities can work together, and how you can disseminate your tools and methodologies to them in the best way. Thank you.
Who will be the first?
Perhaps I can jump in. Unfortunately, I have to leave in a few minutes after another meeting, so if you don't mind, I'll jump in and go first before I have to drop off. But that's a great question, and it's a constant challenge for us. disseminating information about risk and programs that help communities address risk is something that we're undertaking constantly, because as communities evolve and change, there's always turnover in terms of the local governmental organizations and the people that are running those. So we're constantly educating, and we're constantly trying to get messaging out on the importance of planning, understanding risk, and the programs that address risk. So we just try to tackle it from every different angle we can, whether it's conferences like this one, but in the United States, whether it's through our internet web pages, whether it's through training that we deliver to our state and local partners, webinars that we deliver to across all of our stakeholder groups. We're trying to just expand to the extent we can, using technology, using venues, virtual venues, just to constantly continue to sort of beat that drum that it's so critical to plan for disasters, to think about the most vulnerable populations, the most vulnerable infrastructure, and to account for that as you're making very difficult decisions on where you're going to invest limited funds. We simply don't have enough funding available to address the greatest risks in their entirety throughout the country, so we have to make tough decisions about what's most critical. And so it's a process of trying to ensure that those people that are part of that process, that decision-making process, truly understand our programs and how they're going to best benefit from them, and looking at the most cost-effective return on their time and taxpayer money. And I just want to say in closing, just thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm so happy to have been here on this panel. And again, I wish I could have been there in person. I really enjoy traveling to Europe. So thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of your conference. And if you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer or send me an email. Thank you.
Thank you so much that you are with us. And now, Monique.
Yeah, so I think deployment is sort of this, of course, the end goal, right, is to create tools that aren't just successful in a laboratory or in an institute, but that actually have an impact. And so some of the things that we've seen among our focus group colleagues is that getting stakeholders and end users engaged at the very beginning of project development. So actually first going to the end users and finding out what they need to ensure that there's actually a market for whatever's produced and there's a need for whatever's produced, and then keeping engaged with them throughout the development of the project, after deployment, in getting feedback so that the tool can be catered in case anything needs to be fixed. So just to give an example, UNESCO worked on a project with the Japanese government. It's called STEP-DEA. It's the Strengthening Disaster Prevention Approaches in Eastern Africa project, and it's basically a chatbot that can be used by local communities in case of a disaster to help them make informed decisions. And this was the step that they took. So they worked very closely with local communities in Africa. They've continued to work together, and they are also testing their device through giving it out and letting people use it, and then using feedback to improve it so that the end product fills the needs.
Thank you very much. Feedback is always very, very important, especially in cooperation with other entities and scientists and NGOs, for example. And Marco, please give your opinion.
Yes, I mean, I agree and support what was Monique and also the other colleague was saying. I think this relationship between science and society is something that is changing. Scientists and scientific community used to develop tools, and then once they were out there, we would say, okay, what do we do with that now? No, just to be provocative. But I think there was a time that was like this. But now, I mean, the entire society needs more scientific information. If we saw what happens to the COVID and how much scientist skepticism is coming up, so it's really that we need to invest a little bit of our time to try to bring the scientific community and also the entire society in a different approach. No, there is not only the science and the policy as we used to think, but it's science and the entire society, which is more like an ecosystem. No, it's sometimes that's what we talk about, is the science and society ecosystem, where there are many actors out there. They need to, I mean, to integrate and interlink and interact. Because this relationship between science and all the stakeholders is not just one-to-one, it's much more complex in that regard. So, of course, there's a risk communication in there and so on. So I think this one is changing in our society now, and also, I mean, all the example from Monique for the other colleagues, it's showing how this relationship is changed. I have the feeling we are going in the right direction. But there is a lot to do also, I mean, in education and training, which is very important.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Jakub, Kuba, because we need to end our discussion panel. It was very nice to see you, but I hope that we'll meet in the near future. So thank you for joining us today. Kuba, the voice is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much as well. I would be happy to ask more questions.
Thank you very much.
But indeed, we don't have time. I'm just advised that the meeting for the departure to the salt mine will be at 4:20. So it's one more reason to finish now. Just in front of the hotel, there will be buses waiting, 4:20 departing and 4:25 sharp. Please remember just about the comfortable shoes, clothing, casual business style, fully recommended and welcomed. We will be back around 10 p.m. And there is a suggestion that if you want, you can take your lighting with you, but on the other hand, Wieliczka is well lighted, so I'm not expecting that this will be a requirement. It's nice to have it, it's not critical, I suppose. Let's not make it, and also most people don't have screwdrivers with them, and the screwdriver is necessary to make this working, so it's a kind of nice gadget which is nice to have but not required. Okay, let's see in 20 minutes in front of the hotel. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the panelists and moderators.
Thanks.